All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. For item 2, what is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, an appropriate motion would be to proceed as discussed in executive session and authorize the city attorney to file actions in Pima County Superior Court against identified properties to recover code enforcement liens.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right. Do I need to say that the motion passed? 6-0? All right. Item 4, what is the council's pleasure for item 4? Is that the Trinity?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, the motion would be to direct and authorize the city manager and the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session in order to resolve the eminent domain property acquisition case for the Houghton Road project.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Item 6, what is the council's pleasure for item 6?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, an appropriate motion would be to proceed as discussed in executive session and authorize the city attorney and the city manager to settle the claim in the amount of up to $50,000.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Item 7, time has been set aside for the Human Resources Director to present guidelines for an evaluation process for the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. Is our HR director here?
Honorable Mayor, we'll be making sure that we get our HR director into the room here real quick.
Okay. City manager, would you want to move to item 8, and then we can come back to item 7?
Honorable Mayor, that would be a great.
Okay, all right, we'll move on to item 8, and then we'll come to item 7. So, item 8, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update and provide input on the development of the Heart of Tucson concept and the schedule for implementing proposed increases to Park Tucson rates. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This has a couple of components to it, and our Director of Transportation and Mobility, Sam Credio, is here. A reminder that on tonight's agenda, you have an item that refers to the initiation of the changes to Park Tucson rates, so that no action is required on that piece here this morning. However, we are seeking your feedback and comments on our progress to date on the Heart of Tucson Tourism District. With that, I turn it over to Sam.
Mr. Manager, before we turn it over to Sam, I'm not sure if we wanted Councilmember Ulick to open up this item since she brought it to us.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you, Sam and Tim and team for bringing this forward. I just want to remind folks that we did discuss this in the summer, and the concept is to, rather than having a siloed look at parking needs in this intensive and more dense area, to make sure that we're looking in an integrated way at what is a very unique and very active corridor within the city. Just if you can remember 10 years ago, we had very few, if any, high-rise buildings. We now have dozens of high-rises and hotels along this corridor. Also, we all want to make sure that we have mobility options for pedestrians, bicyclists, automobiles, as well as folks riding transit that are integrated and make sense. And so I really appreciate the ability to take an integrated look at this and to recognize that we need to treat this area of the city very differently than anywhere else in the city. And so here's our opportunity. I think some great innovations and opportunities will come from this.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. With that, I'll pass it on to Mr. Sam Credio to talk more about this item.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Manager, and Councilmember Ulick for those great introductions. I do have just a very short presentation narrative on the item. You may recall this concept was first brought to you on August 6th, and the idea at the time as we were talking about this area with these boundaries that encompasses a lot of different things within the downtown area, and we called it the heart of Tucson. So the intent with this item is now we've actually we're providing a little more context and especially an illustrative map that shows you what that boundary could look like. The idea behind this is that this informal boundary would become a tourism district that's intended to support strategic planning, coordination of investments, and the targeted use of tourism-related revenues to fund operations and infrastructure that enhance the visitor experience. And if you look at the map on page 2, you can see running right through the middle of that boundary is our Sunlink streetcar alignment. And that's why we felt it was appropriate that as we were shaping this boundary, we first started with the streetcar alignment as the first key criteria for developing that boundary. And what we used is the Sunlink streetcar's transit walkshed, which is defined as using a half-mile radius around the streetcar alignment. And this is generally accepted as the maximum distance people are willing to walk to access frequent, high-capacity transit. We then went on to look at key destinations and recurring events, such as the 4th Avenue Street Fair, Tucson Meet Yourself, the Dusk Music Festival, just to name a few. We also analyzed the existing programs and partnerships, such as Downtown Tucson Partnership, Rio Nuevo, Visit Tucson, and in your material, we've provided a summary of those organizations as well as the financial contributions that the city makes already to those organizations. And then lastly, we looked at the supporting infrastructure, including parking facilities managed by Park Tucson. And we're going to talk really specifically about that here in just a moment. But again, the idea behind this is that by designating this area as a tourism district, if only for planning and branding purposes, is that it will allow us the ability to align infrastructure and funding strategies in a way that enhances the visitor experience and really the experience for all of us. Now, I mentioned parking because I think that's a really important piece of it because we know that parking plays a huge role in how people interact with our downtown space. And one of the things we've talked about is how can parking revenues help support this idea of the heart of Tucson. On August 6th, we also brought you a slate of parking rates and fee increases that you, the mayor and council, were directed us to bring back to you. And so, again, this item is also to provide a little bit of clarity on the proposed parking rate and adjustment plan, which is listed on page 6 of the material. You'll see that we are proposing a handful of rate and fees that would be increased beginning March 1st, 2026, with the remainder being increased on July 1st of 2026. I do want to just note that in that table, there is a column that outlines previous action by mayor and council, which was on April 9th. We were directed to increase rates and fees as designated in the material. I want to note that the new proposed rates that you see here would actually supersede those if approved. I do want to draw your attention to the page 7, which specifically talks about metered parking. Currently, we charge $1 per hour for metered parking Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. We are proposing increasing the hourly rate for meters to $1.50 per hour and also increasing our meter enforcement times all the days of the week, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. As the manager mentioned, we do have a regular numbered item on the regular agenda this evening as the notice of intent to increase these parking rates and fees. And if approved tonight, we would then schedule a public hearing for January 21st, 2026. We would also move forward with general public outreach and engagement with the Park Tucson Commission. And if approved on January 21st, the adopted rates and fees would go into effect on either March 1st or July 1st as outlined in the material. The expected or or estimated additional revenue by these changes is $1.7 million. Now, I want to note that that is highly variable because it's based on utilization. We did take into account some user, what's the word I'm looking for? Elasticity, thank you, that's the word I was looking for, in terms of when rates increase, but that is roughly what we estimate would be raised by this, and that additional $1.7 million would then be reinvested into the Heart of Tucson Tourism District to support the ideas that we presented to you today. With that, we're happy to take any input, comments, feedback on the boundary, or I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to note, and the hearing will be in January, which is great. In terms of background materials, and part of why I wanted to bring this forward is I did look at parking rates and hours in locations like Tempe, Phoenix. This will not put us out of line with that. We've been lagging way low. And I think we all want to see the investments that are needed, right, to keep everybody safely circulating in this area. I also want to highlight, Sam, and I maybe this is something for discussion, but the University of Arizona is going to be a critical partner in looking at the mobility investments. Obviously, and thank you and your team for so quickly understanding the need to accelerate the crosswalk at Euclid and 2nd. You know, this, it's such an example of how unique this area is, because between Speedway and Broadway, Euclid will have a signalized crosswalk almost every other block. And that's appropriate because there are so many student high-rise buildings that are going in and have gone in. And so I just want to highlight those things and just remember that the student constituency in the university. The other thing that occurs to me is that CAT-TRAN and park and ride lots are managed by the U of A. And so looking at collaboration with the university as well could be critical. One of the CAT-TRAN routes goes all the way down to the bridges. So is there a way that residents in that area could utilize CAT-TRAN? So I just think there are tremendous opportunities that can keep folks safe and circulating and benefiting the residents in this area as well as the businesses. The other thing that I will mention, it's coming in the future, maybe on the 18th, is that we have been working along 4th Avenue for consideration of establishing a business improvement district, because there is one covering downtown. Main Gate also has enhanced services, and I think that the stakeholders along 4th would like to look at that and see what's possible. So again, this is about parking. It is about that being just one piece of an important comprehensive look at this critical area, which is truly the heart of the valley. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ulick. I saw Councilmember Dahl and then Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp, and thank you, Director Credio. A quick question about the parking meters downtown. I recently had a problem, and I wondered if it had to do with the change of hours. We changed recently from 5 to 7, and when I arrived right after 7, I tried to put in 2 hours worth, and it wouldn't let me do it. It would only let me do an hour. So I gambled and I didn't get caught. But has there been any problems with the reprogramming of the time of the parking meters?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Dahl, we'd have to look into that a little bit closer. I know that prior to meter enforcement beginning at 8 a.m., the meters will not accept money, and typically it's after 7 p.m. I've not heard that issue specifically, so offline we'll chat about where that location is at so we can double check the software is working appropriately.
Mr. Credio, I think Councilmember Dahl wants to be able to pay outside of the allocated timeframes. So, you know, we should allow people to pay, you know, we should never stop people from paying into our parking system. Councilmember Lee?
Thank you. Sam, can you tell us a little bit about what the role of the Park Tucson Commission is going to be when this gets over to them? Are they going to evaluate it and provide a vote? And how are we going to know what their impact or their input is going to be from this?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman Lee, that's an excellent question. We have, and we continue to work closely with the Park Tucson Commission. They are very strong advocates for parking, and they have weighed in initially that, and I think many of you received a letter from the Park Tucson Commission that they were not in favor of the fee increases, but we will be engaging them on this conversation. It's interesting that the public outreach we did when we increased meter enforcement hours was that people didn't want to pay from 5 to 7 p.m. And so I expect that if we ask people, do they want to pay more to park, we're not going to get a friendly response. But I think it's definitely about education. And then in terms of working specifically with the Park Tucson Commission, is just helping walk them through the why we're doing this. We know that we have deferred maintenance needs within Park Tucson. We know that we need to make investments within this Heart of Tucson Tourism District, and this is just one way that we can do that. And lastly, I'll mention, and Council Member Ulick mentioned this as well, is that we definitely are behind in terms of some of our peer cities and what we charge for parking. So as we look at these rates and fees, they are not out of line of what you would expect of a city our size.
Thank you, Sam. I know that's going to be helpful since they are the parking authority and experts on this to get their input going into the decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Ulick?
And just to follow up on that too, that, there's a real problem, I think, with having such a siloed approach to mobility infrastructure, because one thing that the Sunlink streetcar does is really reduce the demand for parking space and the amounts of capital outlay and enforcement outlay that we would need. And so, again, and I've been calling this a mobility district, because I do think that even the Park Tucson Commission ideally would be somehow integrated into that broader view, not to diminish the expertise and the important guidance and recognition of the importance of access to safe parking and all of that. But we just need to look at it in an integrated way. The other thing is, after folks park, they need to walk around, and they need good pedestrian infrastructure. So again, I just want to note that, and perhaps the mayor and council would want to consider that being a mobility enterprise and commission.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Thank you for bringing this forward as well. I know that what comes, up for me, I will always say I hate paying for parking, but also see the need for paying for it when it's my private vehicle. I know that when I was a student at the U of A, not being able to afford paying for parking is what incentivized me to ride a bike or take the bus to get to school, which also saved me a lot of parking tickets that I got in my undergrad year. So I think it's just a culture shift that's going to happen, over time. We are so used to, that we have free parking everywhere, but even though it might be free in that moment, we're still paying for it in the cost of our groceries or, the cost of maintenance. We're paying for it every other way except for in that parking. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. If one more comment, and then we'll keep this moving. We're almost out of time. Councilmember Cunningham.
So we're moving to 150 an hour. That's about the going rate for middle-sized cities nationwide. It's actually a little higher than Scottsdale, but less than Phoenix. I mean, it's not like we're not asking people to break the bank here, people. It's 75 cents for every 30 minutes. I think we're fine, and I support at least the study going forward. I think, again, we've got to look at all of our fees holistically and all of our fees for service and cost recovery holistically. So it's important not to just pick and choose, but this is a good start.
All right. Any motion, action on this item? We're good? We're good. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Credio. So we will be, I see Director Trigg here, so we will move on to item 7. All right, so time has been set aside for the Human Resources Director to present guidelines for an evaluation process for the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. This came as direction a couple of weeks ago when we were evaluating our city manager. And just to, an opportunity to change how we do things with the new city manager, new city attorney, and we will be having a new city clerk position coming soon. So our HR director will be presenting on the guidelines for a 360 evaluation process for these three positions that are appointed and supervised by the mayor and council. So as we're updating citywide, right, our evaluation process for staff, I know that we want to extend a strong evaluation process to these top positions as well. It's part of my commitment to bring transparency, accountability, and lasting structures for public trust and engagement in Tucson's government. Dr. Tran has experience and proven effectiveness in designing and implementing employee evaluation processes and procedures. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to City Manager and Dr. Tran to give their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. And as you indicated, this is following the direction of the Mayor and Council to bring forward opportunities for standardizing these evaluations. And so Dr. Train has a presentation for you.
Good afternoon. For the opportunity to share some details this afternoon. You'll notice in the slide deck that we have framed this as evaluation guidelines. And then in our subtitle, we've indicated relationship development. That's such a absolute vital part of what we do in public service. And so you will see that theme coming through in each of the design features that we have captured here on the slides for you. It's about creating and sustaining a positive environment. We know that what we face in public service is never easy, that we are dealing with a variety of opinions, ideas, skill sets, belief systems, values, and the needs of the community at large. And as especially our city manager, city attorney, city clerk are engaged in their vital activities every single day, what becomes critical is, again, what we've captured in that first item for you, driving the success and driving it through collaboration, objectivity, two-way communication. Sometimes that's three-way, four-way, five-way communication, just because of the way our systems are set up. We've captured for you here the whole idea behind performance management is developing and managing. So again, even those of us that have served a long time in public service and our colleagues in the city manager, city attorney, city clerk role are typically very, very highly proficient, exceptional people, they continue to develop. And so that's why we've captured this, that through the communication process, every single day, we're jointly reviewing and determining what needs to happen. And then the skill set of those three executives drives the energy and the effort. That's why in that last item, we've said continuous communication. And so this is the philosophy, but it's also the practical piece behind every type of performance management system that we could design for these particular three roles. Now, on our next slide, what we've incorporated for you, of course, our city's mission and values, and then what's driving us internally. So again, as we have not quite 24, a dozen and a half individual departments, our city manager, city attorney, and city clerk are balancing the work that they do every day with all of those independent yet dependent entities that are working together. It's about knowledge, it's about feedback, and then again, talking about with all of you in your official roles, the idea that you have the opportunity to speak openly, to give feedback. They, in turn, from their positions, are, again, needing and wanting to bring every dynamic that's in front of them. And so that's why we've captured that in that first bullet point. It's about reporting to each other, but then ultimately those three positions reporting accomplishments, challenges, and sometimes concerns that seem to be unending in terms of what we are doing in the community overall. On our next slide, we talk specifically about the tool itself. And I want to say just briefly, we have Workday as our software platform. And as we launched performance evaluation systems in the spring of '25, and now we've worked to even refine those to an even, I think, more easy-to-use platform and delivery system. We've taken everyone's feedback using Workday. That is a platform that we can use to create this tool, and again, for our three executives. We also have an opportunity, and this will be for future discussion and decision points, where rather than using Workday, we can use an Excel model for simply designing, again, easy access through the link process to capture data, and then to, again, provide trended reporting information to all of you. So again, that'll be a decision point down the road. The key point in this particular slide is the sources or the individuals that will provide feedback about the three executives and how their performance is going every day. They will also have an opportunity to self-evaluate. And you'll notice we've included in that line self, peers, subordinates, supervisors, and maybe some key external stakeholders. And again, that specific number, those individuals, are yet to be defined. But what that does is give that complete picture, that opportunity for various sources of feedback for you. The success, we again have just done a reminder, it's about it being well-rounded. And so what happens often in the performance process is both self-evaluation and others evaluating. The marvelous part about it is, can we actually look at and talk about examples? So in Project A, here were the successes. There were a couple of things that when we look back, we would say we would do it differently going forward. So again, that's what we're referring to on the well-rounded piece, so that that's a part of this. Now, we've given you some definition points starting on the next slide, and let's see if we've got it. We're talking about collaborative methodology, and from that standpoint, again, the self-evaluation piece is going to be the driver. We all come to our roles in public service with our personal belief about our strengths and our areas for potential growth. And in these three executive roles, I know that so often they are carrying the extreme challenges for every community, every organization. And I have yet to meet anyone serving in that role who isn't very specifically honest about where they think they can still grow into some of the things they're being asked to do. And so we would be designing that part of the evaluation process with open-ended questions and also opportunity for comments and specific examples going forward. When we go to the additional pieces, and on our next slide, we've grabbed those concepts for you in a very succinct way. The comparative approach, some jurisdictions will compare the three individuals serving in the role. And that's a unique thing to consider. The job responsibilities, the scope of work are very unique, but sometimes the working of the three in a true team collaborative system drives, again, the efficiencies and the successes. So sometimes that is a tool that is used. Predefined traits are listed under the attributes section. And again, problem solving for what we do in public service is a key driver in that. So that could be an attribute that would have specific identifying characteristics. The behavioral piece, obviously, we deal with in especially today's world in public service. challenges that seem unending and sometimes almost difficult to survive. And so we are asking of the three executives, behaviorally, how do you respond to the most challenging, where perhaps the people that we're dealing with are not always respectful or civil, or maybe they come with, again, agendas that are challenging. And so we're asking our three executives, how do you handle that? How do you approach that? And there'll be a chance, again, for feedback in that area. The last two can actually be tied together on this slide. Results are typically goals-driven and very clearly identified at the beginning of each either fiscal year, calendar year, however that is going to be defined for everyone. And then you link the quality of the accomplishment to actually how that goal or goals are defined. And there can be a variety of opinions. We might reach a goal as an organization, and our three executive colleagues are champions in doing that. But in looking back at it, maybe your entire elected body would say in hindsight, you wish that the approach had been different or the technique had been different. And a lot of times what's happening for us in the marketplace is things are changing so rapidly. We have an approach in January, and by March 1st we learn that, gosh, we should have taken a different direction. The goal remains, but the direction or the path should have changed. And so again, what we're asking for here is, did our executive team members identify that? Did they provide suggestions, feedback, options? And so again, that's a way to quantify that and also look at quality of accomplishments going forward. Our next slide, very briefly, talks about partnerships. And this, I think, and I say it both with the ethical context to it, but also the awesome responsibility of what our three executives carry in the roles that they perform in. The idea that, yes, we're task-driven, we're working with and through people, our own immediate reporting groups for the three executives. But then when we go to that second piece, the trust, the motivation, what are the obstacles, what are the contributions, and then my favorite word on the slide in bringing this to you is stewardship. The idea, the stewardship of immediate current relationships, the stewardship of what I will call lifetime relationships. And for our three executives in particular, that part of the scope of the work that they do, we do not always define that in detail in their job descriptions. The intensity and the importance of all of that, but there's a way that through the questions and the performance process, you can really authentically take a look at that. And through their self-evaluations, they can also consider that at the start of a performance period. Now, we've given you some sample questions. And again, what we will do is develop an entire potential library of questions from which we can design the actual instruments. But we wanted to provide you a few samples this afternoon. And again, these are, in a way, generic. You know, the first one, what are the greatest strengths, for instance, of each of these colleagues? The third one down, are they supporting mission and values in every action? These are complex. While they seem direct because the narrative is fairly brief, they can be very complex. And again, you can link goals that are set at the start of a fiscal or calendar year, or for our long-term plan for the city of Tucson, there can be linkage in a variety of ways. But we wanted to show you just a brief overview for this afternoon for consideration. We actually have about 36 sample questions that we can provide, and then final determination as to what would be included in a confidential system would be created. Now, we'll take a look at how would you, and then again, peers, specific partners, et cetera, from our previous list, how would you give feedback? How might you do this? Several ways to do it. Likert scale is what we've given you on slide 7, and so we've given you the definitions of how that can easily be available. You go into a link, you see the question, the Likert scale is there. We can do amendments or any additional definition pieces to the rating guide that you would like to see. And then what we offer is a comment section under every single question. We can prompt in the comment section, as appropriate, please provide specific examples that would in fact be helpful to city manager, city attorney, city clerk. At the end, we can also have an additional section. Is there additional information that you would like to provide that you believe is valuable to each of these executives, or to, again, naming the individual role that you believe is important to share at this time? So again, that would be a standard format for the approach that we would be taking. Let me open it now to any questions at this point, and anything that I could answer for you.
Dr. Tran, quick question. So who would be the participants in the evaluation process, and who are you defining as stakeholders?
Couple of things for your consideration, and ultimately, this is a decision point for all of you. A way to think about this is to have, of course, the individual themselves, city manager doing the self-eval, and then the opportunity for a random sampling of the entire elected body to provide feedback, then a random sample of the direct reports to each of the executives, and then stakeholders in the community. And a way to look at that is who are the most often in relationships that are absolutely critical to the mission and goals that are currently underway, or in this case, our plan for the city of Tucson. And so you might have total 10 to 15 respondents that would be going through and providing data in a written format.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham?
A few things. I appreciate the education, and I think this is it's a practice, but I don't think this should be anything we should be tied to or required to do.
Okay.
These 3 positions serve at the council's pleasure. And tying us into a situation where we have a scoring system or a threshold in which decides whether or not we fire or keep someone is really dangerous, because then we open ourselves to litigation. These are at-will positions that the city council runs contracts on and awards the buyout, and we have to be very careful. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I think that the tool is helpful. I just want to be sure that the tool isn't going to be used. It has to be separate. We have to protect ourselves. So that's kind of why.
Councilmember Cunningham, where
I
are you
think that's
getting
really
this?
important.
That it puts us up to litigation if we're doing an evaluation process for our top executives?
Because if we do an evaluation this way and we still dismiss the person can come back and say their evaluation was good.
Roy, could you speak to that? And also, with your experience, Dr.
Sure.
Tran?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Cunningham, I think the challenge that Councilmember Cunningham is talking about is that the record keeping would have to be appropriate, so that if the evaluations were, as Councilmember Cunningham described, they were good evaluations for a long period of time, and then again, you're at will. There are issues with that particular person wanting to retaliate against the city for what they deemed an inappropriate dismissal. Now, I don't know that actually works, because most of our agreements are explicit that we serve at the will of the member and council, or the mayor and council, and they can be removed at any time.
That's my understanding, especially even with our staff. We can give them evaluations, and, they mess up royally, they can get dismissed. It's not like, we don't have the authority to do that. I think it's important. Part of the reason we brought this forward is because they are professionals in the same way that as elected bodies, we are accountable to the people who put us in these positions. We also need to offer some transparency on our executive positions, but it's not just to hold them accountable. It's just to also allow for that growth, right? And that open feedback loop. And it's to help them, do their job even better and grow in their job. So that is the purpose of this. It's not we want to get you, but seeing this as a profession. And Dr. Tran, I'm not sure if you had something to chime in.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, the one thing that I would offer in light of the conversation this afternoon, certainly you do not have to use a Likert scale for rating. You can, in fact, use open-ended questions, some of the samples that we've given you, and then just invite comment. And so, again, gathering from whatever that reporting or responding contingent would be, if it's 10 or 12 or 15 people, and just invite comments rather than numerical rating. I have done that with other locations. And so it's the preference of the style of gathering the feedback.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. I see Councilmember Dahl and then Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp, and thank you, Director Tran. Very interesting. And I'm thinking back to when I was executive director of a nonprofit and had the 360 done to me. It was a turning point in my career getting that amount of feedback and helped explain some problems I was having in the organization. And I got help to overcome those problems. So when you said a random sample of the elected body and an elected sample of the direct reports, I would take issue with that. I don't think that there's that many, and you might miss an important feedback from a direct report, which in my case, half of them loved me and half of them hated me, and no one understood why.
Yes.
The board all loved me. But that's it, yeah. And I'm very much in favor of 360. I think it's an important tool and helps everybody understand what's going on. Thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Councilmember Lee?
Thank you. Also love the 360 format. The only way it works, though, is if we have the ability to be very honest, right? Because I know that these surveys do provide the ability to do that, but I think that's key. Otherwise, it's kind of useless if and actually, I have a handful of people I work with in executive coaching capacity, and the work that I do with them is centered around a 360, and then there's coaching to kind of unpack that a little bit because we're not always aware of our blind spots and come up with actionable ways to grow, as you said. So I'm a huge advocate for exploring this for our top 3 folks, but also possibly pairing it with someone on the outside who can provide that additional support to make it actionable feedback that they're receiving. So appreciate you bringing that forward. And then as we continue, if we continue to move forward, just however we can make sure that this is anonymous and everyone can provide true, authentic feedback to help those individuals out.
We've examined that through Workday security protocol and also Excel protocol. And at this point, the Excel protocol would be the most anonymous, secure methodology. And if you want to have this handled, I would be the only individual receiving and controlling those links if it is handled inside the city.
Thank you for your questions, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, I would just add, in support of moving in this direction, and that I think it's a mutually beneficial direction. I think that obviously our executives at the top really set a precedent for the rest of the city, whom have taken this, the city has taken an unprecedented step in providing that feedback to all of our employees. And I think that it's important that we kind of sustain that feedback loop that we've gotten out of the selections process from our new city attorney. The one that we've recently done just in evaluating our city manager. And so I just feel like this sets a really good precedent. And really, I think this is where we expect corporations to go. We can only expect that to be done here within local government. So I'm excited for this move.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. City Manager, what is next here?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, you have a resource in Dr. Train who can continue this conversation with you. My suggestion would be to give us your guidance. It sounds like you're in favor of moving down this path. My suggestion would be that we allow Dr. Train to take a next step with it and maybe present you an actual measurement tool. You have the new city clerk will be onboarding sometime after the first of the year. So there's a little time in order to get this all settled, but ultimately it's in your hands as the council to decide, this is the tool we want to use and this is how we want to do it. So I would defer to allowing Dr. Train the opportunity to say, here's what I
Do you need
specifically
do you need a
propose.
motion?
We don't need a motion, but it wouldn't hurt.
Okay. Could I get a motion to move forward with Dr. Tran coming back to us, I guess with the more refined questions, stakeholders, all of that?
Yeah, I would motion to proceed, but I did want to ask a question in that I don't think that this material had outlined a point in time where those evaluations would happen, if they would be staggered. Did I miss that, or is that something that?
No, and yeah, council member and Mayor Pro Tem, I did not indicate a timeline, and in anticipating city clerk search processes going into toward the end of January for all of that, then I felt you probably would want to determine optimum timeline.
The city attorney's contract. So my recommendation would be, if you're open to it, is maybe center it around myself. I would be, not this spring, but maybe post-budget time, something along those nature. I'd be coming up for my second year anyway. And you could maybe use me as the proving ground for it. City attorney will be 2 years from a couple months ago, and maybe stagger it in that way. A 360 is incredibly valuable in my experience. Having one every year might be a little bit of over and inundation of information, but every 2 years, to me, seems like a good pacing, and it would align with the city attorney's contract and ultimately the city clerk's contract.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Can I get a second first before we go into more? Okay. Councilmember Ulick, second. Councilmember Cunningham.
Is there any budget concerns with this? Are we going to have to spend money on a consultant or more software or anything that we don't know about?
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, there is not an active budget line in the Human Resources Department for this. You do not have to require that, and that would be your choice as to whether or not you wanted an external consultant to be involved.
I absolutely don't. I just was asking.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we can handle this internally and we don't have to buy anything.
We are able to do that for you.
Thank you. If we have no more discussion, we're out of time. I will ask, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-0. Thank you so much, Dr. Tran.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we are moving on to item 9. So this time is reserved for mayor and council to review and discuss a draft amendment to the existing ordinance in the Tucson Code Section 214 to establish the ability to distribute prepackaged food and refreshments in parks without a permit. Let me just I wanted to introduce the item before I pass it over to our city manager. So we know, I guess last year we had given direction to our Parks and Rec staff to do some community engagement about the feeding permits. We had people that caught of the audience for months asking us that we repeal this part of our code. We had conversations. There wasn't a lot of consensus on that as we've been closing parks for our Prop 407 bonds. We really kind of come to this tension, with a lot of groups who are trying to help fill a gap in this moment of a lot of need with food distribution. So I think we were trying to regroup, and I know some of my other council colleagues have reached out to the city manager about, how can we not put more red tape and more hurdles for people to show up in this moment? So, Mr. Manager, I wanted to pass it on to you to share a little bit about where we're at with this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. So that's a great summary of where we've been with the conversation. And this ordinance has been in place for a while, and it probably served us very well early on. But as things and needs in the community have changed, and the conversation with the community mutual aid groups has evolved, we received more feedback about difficulties with the program and challenges it presents than on the benefit side. So on September 26th, I did issue a memorandum suspending the program, but I don't have the authority to eliminate the program. So this was, and since we've suspended it, I've received little to no feedback against suspending it. So I don't have any data to present to you that says that that's caused an issue or caused a concern. And so my recommendation would be to direct us to go ahead and take the actions necessary to amend our ordinances and code to eliminate the program.
Thank you. So can we get a motion? We have a motion. Can we get a second? We have a second, Councilmember Ulick. Now we can open it up for discussion. I have a question, City Manager. So what does this entail when it comes to the Pima County Health Department? So if you can elaborate on that.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. So the Pima County Health Department does regulate food distribution and especially prepared foods. So the city's permit program was more related toward distribution of packaged goods. Nothing in our program, either with or without the permit or under my memo or not, precludes people from having to comply with Pima County Department of Health requirements for food safety, temperatures of food, food handling, things of that nature. Those still exist. And folks who are wishing to do that type of effort would need to be in compliance with Pima County Health Department requirements and guidelines. So it doesn't exempt anybody from food, health, and safety. This is more about packaged foods and water distribution.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. I want to open it up for discussion to my colleagues. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, and thanks, Tim, for bringing this to us. There's mention in the memo about possibly having a calendar system for preventing overlap, and there are a couple just questions about not having to go through a whole issuance of a permit process, but if there were a calendar where there could be a point of contact as well, like, hey, we'd like noon, November 12th, here's the contact and phone number. One thing I've appreciated about mutual aid groups is their efforts to clean in partnership with people who have been served, right? They clean the area, and sometimes they're the cleanest areas in all of our parks. And at the same time, if we find that there's an issue, I think it might be beneficial just to have a point of contact or to reflect on that maybe moving down the road. It may not be necessary because it sounds like right now things are happening as they need to, and people are in desperate need of help. But it's just sort of a thought moving forward or in the future if issues arise.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Anybody else? Councilmember Cunningham?
The issue that we have right now is that this is an impossible situation to enforce. I mean, it's kind of a waste because we can't, it really just doesn't make any sense. As long as the food is packaged and prepackaged, we're really not in a position. Now, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna have some fallout with whatever happens in our parks, with litter, with some of our unhoused congregating in a park. We get those calls. And we're gonna have to figure out a way to, I wouldn't say mitigate, but you know where I'm going with that. I'm trying to say, like, we're gonna need to find a way to collaborate, but we might want to, I'd say the best thing we can do is if this comes up, that's where CASHI should engage some of these mutual aid partners, and they can be out there too. I don't understand how we never got to that point where we have a mutual aid partner handing out food every day, and we don't have someone from CASHI on site talking to folks and engaging. And so that's kind of some of the things that I saw in this whole process. Look, no one is trying to set up a situation where the folks in a neighborhood or who live near a park are in a bad spot. But at the same time, it doesn't make any sense to penalize people who are trying to help. So I think the hot food and the service food, the health regulations kind of cover that. As long as it's prepackaged and sealed, I think we're good. So I think that's really important to state. What we don't need is somebody bringing in a homemade thing of Rice Krispie treats and handing them out, and they used bad milk or something. Like, we don't want that. We want it to be packaged food. So I don't know how I don't think we need to get in a big thing about regulating it, but as long as it's packaged food, we're good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. I think it would be, yes, can I just say something, and then we'll go to you, Roy? I know that when I've been out with some of the mutual aid groups, a lot of times the Pima Health Department is there giving out resources as well, and because they're invited. So any opportunity where we are invited, to provide any of the services that, or programs that we have available, that we do that in partnership with mutual aid in the county. So if we can just follow up on that. And City Attorney, you had something?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I just wanted to clarify, because we did have some recommendations in our legal considerations, mostly related to just staying out of the public right-of-way. There's a concern that folks sort of back up into that right-of-way and then create issues for people who might have ADA challenges and those sorts of things. So if we can consider that going forward as well, that'd be great.
The only question I have with that, City Attorney, is like right now I know that at Armory Park, because the park is closed, the food distribution is happening in the public right away.
Right.
So if we don't want, folks on the sidewalk, like how do we facilitate then the metered parking or some other place where they can be
Sure.
without, charging?
Absolutely, and I'll defer to my colleagues, the city manager and others to sort of have that conversation, but I think it's appropriate to have that conversation. And if we are able to provide that sort of respite from a parking space or a marked parking space, just so that it's clear that everybody who needs to get through that area can get through that area.
Okay, I agree, and I just want to make sure we're not creating a situation where we're then like, oh, you're in the public right away, get out, than to more coming to the table with like, okay, this, we're blocking, let's help, kind of move you to this area, if that's possible. Councilmember Pettis, and then we'll go to a vote.
I think I just only wanted to ask, is there any kind of permit that's required to even occupy a particular space in the park? Is that still a mechanism?
That's the Ramadas if you reserve
it.
it. A lot of times the distributions happen outside of Ramadas.
Got it. Okay.
Were you going to say something, Lara? Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, we do have various permits for open space, Ramada rentals, affiliated with events. So there's a variety of different ones depending on where you're specifically looking to be.
Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, what I would add to the conversation is, even if we were to ask folks to register or reserve a place for their distribution, that also can be viewed as a barrier to mutual aid groups. The permits themselves were free. They could be reserved for up to a month at a time or even for a quarter. So what we viewed as a low barrier was viewed not that way by the mutual aid groups. So I would err on the side of let's just communicate and collaborate and just work out issues as they come up in the field.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Yay. This has been, it's taking us like 4 years to get here. All right, so we are moving on to item 10. Time has been set aside at the request of Councilwoman Lee to provide an annual update and presentation on the Skill Bridge and Veterans Program with the City of Tucson. So I'm going to kick this over to Councilwoman Lee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Yes, this is intentional timing. I try to do this the council meeting before Veterans Day so we can take an opportunity to intentionally reflect on what we have done as an organization to support the military veterans who are in our organization, which there are a lot of us out there, as well as how we are supporting transitioning service members through our Skill Bridge program, as well as military spouses. So there's just a lot of activity here in Tucson with the military community. And I was hoping Matthew could give us a little bit of an update on some progress that we've made around SkillBridge, some updates we've made around programming for military spouses, and just an overall update on how we're doing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, city manager. The military veteran program has really grown in both breadth and depth this year, and I'm super excited to be able to share that with you as well as answer any questions. So the military and veteran program really falls under 4 pillars. You'll see there job training and development, community outreach and events, our veteran ERG, as well as other veteran support. And for those who may not know, SkillBridge is a program by the Department of Defense that allows transitioning service members in their last 180 days to intern or fellow with an approved employer, receive training at no cost to that employer. And so we are an approved employer, and we'll share a little bit more about that, as well as the updates to military spouse, second chance programs, and other items, so super excited. Community outreach and events has really grown this year. We partnered and supported the Department of Economic Security. I have gone out to the Manzanita unit and their transition unit out there, and so talked to them. Been at various Justice Involved hiring events, City of Tucson's Housing First Job Fair, the TCC Second Chance Job Fair, and we really engaged and leveraged the University of Arizona and a bunch of their programs to include the Student Athlete Career Fair, All Majors Career Fair. We participate in the Job Shadow program each year. The next one will be December to January, as well as the School of Government and Policy and their virtual career fair. So the University of Arizona has really been great this year. In reference to our Veteran Employee Resource Group, we've had great meetings, keynote speakers, and provided a bunch of support. Our next event is going to be on the 15th of January. It will be a veteran resource and VA claims event. So we'll have folks from the Arizona Department of Veteran Services to help people file VA claims, as well as the actual Southern Arizona VA healthcare system, eligibility enrollments, mental health, women's health. They'll all be there to help share and get people into those programs. And then other veteran support. We continue to provide resources and updates in newsletters. We have an internal one-team page with over 100 resources posted. We did a ERG video for onboarding for all folks so they know about all the things that we do, and then our monthly resource list and newsletter as well. And so kind of some highlights by the numbers. We'll go into these a little bit more, but 95% satisfaction rate for the ERG. We provided almost 14,000 hours at no cost to the City of Tucson with highly skilled fellows. And our average fellowship is right around 87 days, which is really good. Any questions so far? All right, so in reference to SkillBridge, we've really done a lot. You're gonna see there that on the graphic it said 380,000. I had updated the graphic a little bit more. This says 333,000. That was based off of a average $22.50 an hour. I went back and I did a little bit more work to make it more accurate, right? So we did like a general intern, but for the roles that everybody did, we're really up around the $500,000 mark, which is about 175% ROI on the investment in the military and veteran program. So really, really proud of that. Increased the number of departments who participated in the program from 7 to 11. Economic initiatives, they did a lot. It was really cool. One of the things that we did for our veteran ERG is they did a whole overview on how to start a business and what resources for starting businesses for veterans was there. And then they also hosted I'm gonna call it Boots to Books, that's the wrong thing, a Boots to Business workshop. And so that was really neat as well. So Francisca Villegas and her team over there, super awesome. And then we had some pretty cool partnerships this year. We were officially partnered with the Military Spouse Employment Partnership, or MSEP. So we send out hot jobs every week. We're on their website and a bunch of support that way. And we're also official U.S. Army Pays partners. And so those 3 logos you see there, some super great opportunities for marketing. We do have permission to put those on our website if that's something that we want to do, either on the main page or on the jobs page. And so those are all those. So really, the breadth and depth of the program has grown, and the reach is really expanding. We really increased the number of people who are interested coming to Tucson. There's 40 people in the pipeline right now who are reaching out for information, who want to know more about the city of Tucson and their potential opportunities here within SkillBridge, all the way out till June of 2027 of their available start dates. And again, you'll kind of numbers there. Again, the number's really around 500,000. I just like to show this overview. This is the total number of current and projected folks that we've had in the program since 2023. So you can see 3 to 4 folks current almost every month. We did have a highlight of 7 in-house at one time in April. So that was super exciting. And we have additional 4 people that are not listed there that I'm currently working with. So 2 more interested in PSCD, so Public Safety Communications, 1 with TPD and 1 with HR, working in the HRIS team. So breadth and depth is pretty awesome. Additionally, there's an individual, just saying, who's currently stationed overseas, whose goal is to work on either a senator or council members or a city manager's staff, and they do a bunch of stuff, and they go back to their hometown each year, actually working with their high school with civics. So if anyone's interested or want to learn more, you can let me know after this. And again, some program highlights. So we're talking about requests for information. So we're already on pace to double last year's, and as of the end of this month, we're at 117 requests for information, and so a lot of stuff going on there, and that's a roughly 4.5 times growth from 2023 to 2025 calendar year. So being able to grow the program, pretty cool. And then our outreach. This is folks that we get to send the message to, both military related and those that we spoke about for the justice involved individuals or people looking for second chances or those who went to the University of Arizona, all the places that we help connect with. And that number is actually around 21,500 for our total links clicked per year. Again, doing pretty well. So we're averaging about 1,900 a month up from 680 from last month. And then veteran hiring, I think I went too fast. We're at 63 already. So the numbers came in for last month. And so we're at 63. So we've already exceeded 2024, calendar year 2024. And these are identified veterans in the pipeline who self-identify within the Workday platform. And we continue. We had our ERG Awareness Day. Thank you to Larice Walker, Lara Hamway, the 3 employee resource groups with the city of Tucson. We all came together at the Tucson Convention Center, and it was extremely well attended. So that was super exciting. We've had 2 VA claims and healthcare events. We'll have another one in January. Again, newsletters, increase identified veterans 7%. And then we continue to support the National Guard and Reserves as well as the community. And we also partner with the Amigos Unidos and YCOT employee resource groups. So lots of collaborations, lots of support, and that's what we got.
So I can kind of close us out here on this front. So I was recently on base and learned about 5 and Thrive, which is the top 5 issues that military members really think about and consider when they are stationed somewhere. And only a couple of them do intersect with us, but I think it's always helpful to have these things in mind. Childcare, top priority, not surprising. Education, healthcare, housing, and spouse employment. So again, what we're doing to try to help spouses who might be here for a couple years at best with opportunities makes a huge difference in the quality of life for our military communities that are here in the area. I'm sure you all, after almost 6 years, are tired of hearing me explain why SkillBridge is such a huge priority to me and why I pushed so hard to bring it into the organization, because it took me 13 years after I separated from the Air Force to find a job at a Tucson-based employer. And this helps minimize that pain for a lot of transitioning service members, because it's not an easy transition. So I'm so proud of the work that we're doing. We do have one barrier that I have spoken about for several years that I want to bring to the table and see if we can actually overcome this right now. And that is the barrier on how to simplify the process of converting someone who is a SkillBridge intern who wants to stay at the city and we want them to stay at the city. How do we solve for that? Within our HR process, within our civil service process, and that is a part that we've continued to be stuck on year after year. I recently attended the Civil Service Commission meeting. Matthew did a fantastic job of providing an overview of the program to the 3 commissioners who were there and who were present. But I would really like to put a motion on the floor for my colleagues to consider so that we can actually solve for this, because we have a lot of amazing talent that we risk possibly losing out on if we don't solve this. So I want to move to direct the city manager to work with the HR director to identify and resolve any barriers in the civil service or HR process that make it difficult to hire SkillBridge interns into full-time positions within the city. I further move that they coordinate with the Civil Service Commission to determine what actions or rule changes are needed and ensure this item is brought forward for discussion and potential action at the commission's next scheduled meeting and return to the mayor and council within 90 days with an update and recommended next steps.
Second.
Do we have discussion? I have a question. Matthew, thank you so much, and Councilmember Lee, for this yearly update. It's great to see all the numbers, the improvement each year that, we're building. I'm curious, and I don't know if it's related to your motion, Councilmember Lee, but to say if one of our interns isn't within a city department and it doesn't work out, how do we still try to maybe get them a better placement, even though they did their internship in one specific area?
Thank you very much for the question, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem. So we have an extensive network of partners that we work with. I work with several of them, and we help network and communicate the needs and the opportunities to both the transitioning service member as well as other organizations that that transitioning service member could benefit from. So we really work together. We work with community, and we help share the resources, knowledge, and opportunities available for both the potential employer as well as the transitioning service member. And that's just something we do for everybody regardless.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Thank you so much again, Councilmember Lee and Matthew. So if there's nothing more to say, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you so much. We're moving on to item 11. Time has been set aside at the request of Mayor Romero to discuss the initiation of a historic landmark designation for City Hall. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, right now, there's no action that would be required for this item, but we are seeking your feedback and guidance on whether to go down the path of seeking historic landmark designation for City Hall. Joining me is our Planning and Development Services Director, Corin Manning. Corin, would you like to add anything to that introduction?
Sure, I can share a little bit more about the background and what the process would be for a historic landmark designation. So the item before you is a consideration to initiate historic landmark designation for Tucson City Hall. The initial application was prepared by the Tucson Historic Preservation Foundation in 2017. And then in December of 2020, the State Historic Preservation Office determined that City Hall could be individually eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places. under criterion A, which relates to politics and government, as well as criterion C for architecture at the local level of significance. City Hall was constructed in between 1961 and 1966 and is a significant mid-century civic complex designed by Friedman and Jobush. The nomination identifies it as an outstanding example of the modern movement brutalism and as the longstanding seat of city government in Tucson. Tucson historic landmarks are governed by the UDC, Section 5.8, which covers historic preservation, and they are defined as sites or structures of the highest historic, cultural, architectural, or archaeological importance. The process for HL designation is basically a rezoning process. It creates a historic zoning overlay over the site that's intended to encourage preservation and rehabilitation of significant historic resources. So designating City Hall as a historic landmark would basically follow a rezoning process. First, we would consider the nomination, complete the nomination form. Then it would be reviewed by the Tucson Historic Preservation, or Tucson Pima County Historic Preservation Commission Plans Review Subcommittee. It would go through a rezoning process that includes a neighborhood meeting, a public hearing with the zoning examiner, and then ultimately review by mayor and council. So that landmark designation would be a way of acknowledging and codifying the importance of the architecture of City Hall, as well as the civic use of the building. So again, we're seeking direction today from Mayor and Council about initiating the process, which would then go through a public review process before coming back to Mayor and Council.
Right. Thank you, Director Manning. Could you tell us a little bit about the pros and cons of the designation?
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thinking about the asbestos.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I should have mentioned that how historic designation works is that it protects the exterior of the building. Any future changes to the exterior of the building would then need to go through a historic design review process. So it means that any changes to the exterior facade, those character defining features of the building, would be reviewed by the Plans Review Subcommittee of the Tucson Historic Preservation Foundation and would be subject to the historic design review process. Now, interior changes to the building would not go through the same design review process. Those would just go through the normal permitting process for interior upgrades, elevator upgrades, changes to interiors of the structure, et cetera.
Great news for you, Roy, in your office.
I heard our seats here are historic, and that's why we don't move them. Is that, like, are
Well,
we
I
stuck
will
with
say
them?
that there are some photographs in the designation that include the chambers, and the seats do appear to be original.
All right. Councilmember Lee?
Thank you. I was also curious about the benefit. I mean, do we get like decreased property taxes? Like, is there any upside to the extra designation?
The designation is really meant to reflect the architectural significance of the building and the civic significance of the building. I think that's what it would be the benefit of the designation, is should we want to designate this as a landmark for the community, it would really recognize that importance.
Okay. Thank you, Corin. Does this put a lot of extra work on you guys' plate, or is this a pretty straightforward thing to do?
We have many historic landmarks in this city. Again, they do go through, there is a design review process, but that's something that any historic structure goes through for when they're making changes to that building.
I love how diplomatic Corin is in her response. Any other comments? No? Councilmember Dahl?
This is hard for me because I was born or constructed before this building was constructed, and no one has been suggested that I become a historic designation, and I'm not sure what the pros or cons would be of that. And it's hard for me because I don't think of this I think of this as a contemporary structure. But besides that, I think as we go through the process, we'll learn more deeper about the pros and cons and what the community thinks about it. So I think it makes sense to initiate the process.
What do you need from us, City Manager, at this time?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, you don't have to give us direction, but if you chose to do a motion to direct us toward pursuing the designation, that would be helpful.
Could I get a motion? Question. Councilmember Cunningham.
Is this going to cost anything? Do we have to hire a consultant? Look, we're in a budget crunch. I'm going to ask this every time. You guys know this is coming.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this will cost some money. I believe there are community advocates that would probably be willing to participate in that. We did do some due diligence, as you recall, when we don't own everything anymore because we took out the pension obligation bonds a few years ago, and we basically have a lien on everything we own. We did check to see whether that lien on City Hall that we have would preclude us from getting this designation, and found it was not a barrier to doing so. From a financial standpoint, in the event that we did choose to do a different City Hall, relocate City Hall, try to dispose of this building, it would certainly affect the value of the building negatively to any potential purchaser, because they would be taking on some requirements that are not present now. I don't know that that's anything that would be a deal breaker for anybody if they're interested in this building, but it is a consideration.
All right, so this is my thing. I'm actually okay. I'm still okay with this. I'd like us to exhaust all opportunities we have with community partners to help finance this situation. Obviously, I know there's some fees with SHPO and with the National Landmark piece. Those are fees that I think we can absorb or defer that are also one time. So I'm okay with that piece. Let's be careful not to overdo it, and please let's try to do this internally and not use any consultants. Those are my asks.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
Just want to ask, I mean, have we engaged at all with the Historic Commission on this front prior to exploring this item?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Perez, that's a great question. And actually, we brought this to Mayor and Council first, and the next step would be to go to the Historic Commission to inform them of this and get their input and feedback.
Got it. Cool.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. One last question, and then we can go to a vote. And I'm just thinking about the city of Phoenix, and they have like, what, four different buildings that have been their city hall over different time periods. What does this mean if at one point, this building no longer serves a purpose, the city government, and we need to construct a different building? Like, what does the designation do, or I guess what are the uses that would be allowed with this historic designation here?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, so historic designation is really meant to preserve structure rather than a particular use. So it actually is meant to allow uses to evolve over time. So this could continue to be used as office. It could be used as commercial. Even we've seen office to residential conversions of historic structures that are able to maintain that historic status. So again, it's really about preserving the architecture and the building rather than a specific use.
I think just when you said the municipal kind of function, I just thought that it meant it needed to have some government kind of use for it.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, that's true. That is part of the significance of the building, is that it has been the seat of city government for many years. However, I don't believe that would preclude or retain that use as a required use over time. But that's something we can look into as we pursue this process.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. Thank you so much, Director Manning. All right, so we are moving on to item 12. Time has been set aside to give Mayor and Council an opportunity for discussion and direction to matters that are pending in front of the Board of Supervisors and other regional jurisdictions. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, you have been provided your written update on this item as we've been doing traditionally. And joining me here today is Jackie Vega, who has a few quick highlights for you.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, we have short comments to share with you all, starting with Pima County. Yesterday, the board approved interim funding of $399,440 to fund the WIC program in Pima County. Pima County expects this funding to be reimbursed, and this funding will cover the time period of November 15 to November 30th of this year. There was a proposal to allocate $800,000 in emergency funding for Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona and the Sahuarita Food Bank and Community Resource Center. However, this item failed. Similarly, there was a proposal to allocate $250,000 for each of the refugee resettlement agencies serving Pima County, and this item failed as well. The board expressed concerns about limiting funding available to support organizations in need and the potential for an influx in requests if the federal government shutdown continues. Both items are expected to return in December for board. Moving on to other regional jurisdictions, the town of Marana has received applications to build a data center campus. Applications are being reviewed under Marana's data center ordinance. Also, a community forum was held about possible ICE detention center in Marana. The Management and Training Corporation, or MTC, bought a site near Silverville and Sanders Road for $15 million last spring. MTC is known for operating ICE facilities nationwide. The town of Marana has not received an update from MTC on its plans. And lastly, an update on tribal nations. DHS new fee for non-citizens could impact Tohono O'odham Nation tribal members living in Mexico. On October 16, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security announced a new $1,000 fee for non-U.S. citizens entering the country through ports of entry using parole. The Tohono O'odham Nation has approximately 34,000 enrolled members, including more than 2,000 who live in Mexico and may not hold U.S. citizenship. Many of these members rely on parole to cross into Arizona for essential needs such as medical care, religious and cultural practices, and visits with family. Tribal leaders say the new fee could significantly harm their community and restrict cross-border movement that predates the U.S.-Mexico boundary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues or questions on this item? Okay. Well, I know that we're really looking forward to the upcoming joint meeting with the County Board of Supervisors on November 18th. It'll be a great opportunity to strengthen collaboration between the city and the county. We know that we're all facing similar challenges when it comes to housing, transportation, public safety, sustainability, and it doesn't just stop at these jurisdictional lines. And we're working together. Working together is the only way we'll find effective long-term solutions that serve our entire community. And I just want to take another opportunity to thank Councilmember Perez for adding this standing item to our council meetings. Our study sessions are very helpful to hear. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to ask real quick, is it possible that we make this item available to the public by adding it to the public items?
Like the document to add it?
Because it's not at the moment, and I think there might be value to that.
Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, certainly we can make these reports a public document.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to item 13. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. So before we do the update, I had a couple of comments from our, what's their names, Mr. Manager,
From Tracy Tucker?
Yes, Tracy. So I know does the mayor usually give her little spiel first, or does Stephanie go first?
Mayor Pro Tem, that would be appropriate if you wanted to go first.
Okay, all right, thank you. So just bear with me. So an agreement to end the shutdown can't come soon enough while SNAP benefits remain in limbo. Head Start programs are running out of money. Healthcare costs are rising, and LIHEAP energy assistance could run out later this month. These cuts are hitting our working families especially hard here in Tucson and across Arizona. Nearly 140,000 people in Tucson area rely on SNAP nutrition assistance. That's about 1 in 7 residents and almost half are children. If the administration only partially funds SNAP benefits, many families, our neighbors, will still be left without the resources that they need to put food on the table. So as we've done before, our community is stepping up to bridge the gap. I'm really proud of how Tucson is coming together in moments like this, and I commend my council colleagues for also working alongside community partners to raise funds, organize food drives, and make sure our food banks can meet the growing demand. My Ward 1 office, as well as I know a lot of our council colleagues' offices, are serving as drop-off sites for the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Food Drive for the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona. The drive will run through Wednesday, November 19th, and we're encouraging everyone who can donate non-perishable food, funds, or help spread the word. Tucson has always taken care of its own, and we'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing that, especially in this moment when our community needs us most. I want to open the floor. Well, actually, now we'll kick it over to Stephanie to share more on this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz and members of the council. Today marks day 36 of the federal government shutdown, and it's now the longest in our country's history. Talks in Washington are continuing, but there's still no agreement to reopen the government. And senators are discussing a framework for a deal, but the key issues still remain, and these are how to handle the expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies and the duration of a new funding bill should that come up. And meanwhile, as was mentioned, the SNAP Food Assistance Program is still in a crisis. A federal judge in Rhode Island ordered the administration to use emergency funds to resume payments, but the administration says it will only be able to provide about half of that. So in any given month, it costs about $8 billion to provide this assistance to community, and the administration says they only have about less than $5 billion to provide for the month of November. And along that, the timing is still uncertain on when beneficiaries would even be able to receive that aid in their accounts. But at the state level, Governor Hobbs has announced funding for food banks and in support of families. So she is deploying a total of $1.8 million. $1.5 million of this will go to food banks across the state, and $300,000 will go to a program called Food Bucks Now, and it's a new emergency fresh food program that helps SNAP recipients access a $30 voucher to purchase fresh produce. Again, while these backstops have been announced, we are unsure of the timing of that and when people will actually be able to access these resources. So the situation is fluid, and we're continuing to track these developments closely and provide updates as we learn more. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes my update. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I want to open the floor to my colleagues for any comments or questions at this time. City Manager?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, I did want to address one item. The mayor is absent today, and there's a reason why the mayor is absent today. Mayor Romero and our Chief Resilience Officer, Fatima Luma, were invited to join global leaders at the C40 World Mayor Summit to advance local climate action in Rio de Janeiro. This is part of the city's ongoing commitment to leading on climate action and resilience. In fact, as of 2025, 85% of the actions in Tucson's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, known as Tucson Resilient Together, have either been completed, are ongoing, or in progress. And by participating in summits like C40, it allows us to showcase our efforts and learn firsthand from other cities how to implement successful strategies. So I just wanted to acknowledge the mayor and our Chief Resilience Officer's participation at that level. I turn it back to you.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate that information. So with that, we'll move on to item 14. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda? No? Okay. Item 15, does anyone have items for future agendas? Councilmember Ulick and then Councilmember Perez.
Thank you. I earlier acknowledged, and with gratitude, our Department of Transportation's swift action on Speedway and, I'm sorry, Euclid and Second, and that intersection, I suspect we will be hearing from folks perhaps this evening. We are definitely getting petitions with literally thousands of signatures asking for us to zero in on this area, given the tragedy and the loss of 3 bright U of A students recently in a hit-and-run accident. So what I'd like to do is work with the manager and Sam Credio, our Department of Transportation Director, just to bring an update to our next meeting. It could, I'm sure, be outlined in writing, just in terms of timelines, actions to be taken in that, at that intersection and in that area. I just wanted to note that folks will be looking for that update. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Councilmember Perez?
I just wanted to use that as an opportunity to check in. I think there was 2 items that I had sent in recently. One was on the item around the city's communications strategy and a potential officer. And then the other was the amendment to the Education Commission into the Education Council. And so I think those were one item for study session and the other for consent agenda. Just wanted to make sure we get those in.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. If that is all that we have, we will be moving on to adjournment. Study session is adjourned. The regular session begins at 5:30. The next study session will be on Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Thank you. In session. For the record, Councilwoman Lee will be participating electronically. Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Pettis,
Here.
Mixulic. Here. Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Here.
And Mayor Romero is absent excused.
Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a second here. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts the persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Reverend Un Young Ko, First United Methodist Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's take a moment to pause and to center ourselves in gratitude and hope for the work ahead. Gracious and holy God, we give thanks for this day and for all who have gathered here to serve the people of Tucson. Grant your spirit of wisdom and discernment to the council members and everyone participating in this meeting. Where there are differences, let there be respect and understanding. Where there is uncertainty, grant clarity and courage. May the decisions made tonight lead to greater justice, peace, and well-being for every neighbor in our community. Bless each person here with integrity, humility, and a heart to serve the common good. And may our shared work reflect compassion and care for those who are most vulnerable among us. With gratitude and hope, we entrust this meeting to your guidance. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 349 dated November 5th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 339 dated November 5th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. There are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? I am going to start with Councilmember Lee and then move on through the dais. Councilmember Lee, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. Just a quick congratulations to Councilmember Dahl, Selena Barajas, and Miranda Schubert for your election results last night. Excited to continue working with you, Kevin, and working with our 2 new colleagues. And that's all I have for tonight.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Lee. I'm going to kick it over to Councilmember Cunningham.
Firstly, we lost 3 students this week, and so I know I'm not alone that the whole community extends their condolences to those families. And I'm about to read something about another Tucsonan we lost this week, is Ernesto Portillo Sr. And he was pretty familiar in Tucson to generations of generations of Spanish-speaking Tucsonans. He was our radio and television broadcaster in the only Spanish station we had for a long time, and also a newspaper he was also a newspaper columnist. He passed away this Sunday, surrounded by his family. For those of us who don't speak Spanish, remember that the authoritative, his voice that came through the radio was so gentle and authoritative. He spent his career in Juarez before coming to Tucson in 1953. He worked for local radio and television, and he earned a spot in the Arizona Broadcasters Hall of Fame in 2019. His work outside broadcast included working with La Frontera, the YMCA, and the Kino Mission Tours. Condolences out to his wife, Julieta, who's a community stalwart in her own right, and then Neto, who actually works for the city of Tucson in our housing department. So I wanted to give a shout out to, it's been a crazy year with all the people we've lost, including my dad, and losing Ernesto is another piece to that. On another thing, I've tried to be cute about this, but there's really nothing cute about it. There's a government shutdown going on, and in the past it's 2 weeks, and you think whatever. You never know what's going to happen at this point. I think the federal administration is just really, really unpredictable. So we're really worried out of my office for some of our refugee families who receive SNAP cards. They're not going to receive it. We also went to the elementary schools in our ward and partnered with them and identified the SNAP recipients in our ward as well. And then we also talked to the Passport Center and TSA for the federal employees who are still going to work and have not received a paycheck for 3 weeks. So we have a food drive going on. We'll be taking donations at my office at 7820 East Broadway. We're looking for those non-perishable items like pasta, cereal, canned protein, canned vegetables, canned fruits. That's been really helpful. But come Thursday, we're going to take perishable items. We're looking for bread, fresh produce, and then we've also partnered. A big shout out to Shamrock Penske Trucking. We're going to be able to supply probably a gallon of milk to each family that comes in as well. We're also going to have shout out to U-Haul, who gave us 400 boxes so that everybody's going to get a nice organized box and a true meal. We're going to take those donations all the way through Friday at 2 o'clock. On Friday at 2 o'clock, if you'd like to volunteer and help boxes together, we'll be doing that from 2 until how long it takes us into Friday evening. Distribution is until 1:30 the next day. So what happened with that was we have a monthly hazardous material program at Ward 2. So that's going to happen in the morning per usual. And then at 1:30, we're going to do a drive-through distribution, and we'll have walk-up distribution as well. Our goal is about 400 boxes. I think we're going to get there, but we still need more stuff. No more beans. We have plenty of beans. A little more rice, but the other things I said, pasta sauce is kind of lagging a little bit. So if you want to help out, you can contact my office at 791-4687. You can drop food off at 7820 East Broadway. And it's been a really cool community effort. All the elementary schools are also collecting food in Ward 2. So we hope we can deliver at least some light of hope to some folks that really deserve it this next week.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not going to do any verbal announcements, but we do a weekly email newsletter. You can sign up to get it sent to you, or you can look at old issues on our website. We have a lot of events that are happening in Ward 3. It's the time of year where there's lots of events and a lot of programs that you can find out about in our newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Councilmember Perez.
Thank you. So kind of picking up where Paul left off, obviously we lost 3 students this week. Their names were Josiah, Sophia, and Katya. These were members of our community that came here for very exciting academic journeys, and unfortunately we lost them to something that was preventable, both in terms of, I think, our streets as well as prevention and the battle that we have with folks who are drinking and driving. And so want to extend my condolences to our student community. I know that we have quite a few of you that are here today, but also their families, both here in Tucson as well as beyond the state of Arizona. this one is pretty personal. What I haven't shared is actually this week, my brother was also hit by a car. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to walk for quite some time. And so, I think that is something that hit close to home personally this week. And it's something that I think that we all take very seriously. And so I'm glad to see that there's action underway that was already underway when it comes to Euclid. But I think there's larger things at hand that I know that council will continue to advocate for, which leads me to my next and lighter point. I want to extend a congratulations to Selena and Miranda, as well as Kevin, on his reelection. Before mayor and council had made the decision not to appoint someone who was in the race for the Ward 5 seat in the long haul, I had called Selena and said, "Are you going to jump in? Are you going to do it?" And Selena told me, "No, I'm building something." And I think that is so powerful and so beautiful. And I think makes me all the more excited for when she comes into this role truly of service to the community. So special congratulations to her in that respect. This weekend, we're also going to be doing El Pueblo 50. It's going to be a public exhibition as well as major celebration at the El Pueblo Neighborhood Center. It's going to be on November 8th from 2 to 5 p.m. with an open house and 5 to 9 p.m. at the reception. There's going to be free food, lots of exciting things, and I hope you will consider joining us out there. I think that'll be it.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to congratulate the incoming council members, Selena and Miranda and Kevin. It's great to know that you'll be able to continue to serve this community, which you do very well, so thank you. We talked about an issue that I know many of you are here to talk about tonight, and I just also want to acknowledge the horrific and tragic loss of Katya and Sophia and Josiah. And, looking out into the audience and seeing so many students, I'm assuming young members of our community, the loss is just beyond words to even try and convey. We are working with the Department of Transportation to take immediate action and also to accelerate the planned investments in lights, a crosswalk with a hawk, et cetera, at Euclid and Second. But the main thing I want to say is thank you for being here. Thank you for voicing your ideas. Thank you for making sure that we stay on track. My successor, Miranda Schubert, will be your partner in making sure that this gets done. So I appreciate you participating and being here this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. I too want to offer my condolences to the U of A community, to the students for this tragic event. We lose too many of our young people to vehicular violence on our streets, and we need to do better. So my condolences to, again, the student body and also to the families. Also my condolences to the Portillo family. We lost a community giant, and we continue to see that legacy from that family, being such shining examples in our community. So sending our love to the family. I wanted to also congratulate our incoming council members, Selena Barajas and Miranda Schubert. It was a great night last night celebrating their election and also getting to serve another term with Councilmember Kevin Dahl. I know running for re-election is not easy when you hold the position and trying to campaign. So you would have never been able to tell that you were, juggling both things, Councilmember Dahl. So thank you for your commitment to serve our community. I also wanted to congratulate my Chief of Staff, Gabriela Barrias Longoria. She had her baby girl early this morning, so she's going to be taking some time off, but it's always, in the middle of so much mourning, something that connects us to why we do the work that we do. So congratulations, Gabriela.
I also am working with Councilmember Perez on the celebration of the El Pueblo Neighborhood Center's 50th anniversary and really encouraging our community to show up. It's going to be a day, full of community stories, art, and celebration. The schedule of events will be from 1 to 2. There'll be a tree dedication, from 2 to 5 an open house, from 5 to 9 a celebration, and this will be at the El Pueblo Neighborhood Center, 101 West Irvington Road, Building 1. We know so we're celebrating the 50 years and also looking at these community centers, not as these like static spaces that community fought and won, but also how do they meet the needs of our community today. So there's been a lot of visioning happening there for the past 5 years, so excited to share that with the community. On Sunday, November 9th from 9 to 11, we have our monthly BCC Burros ride out of the Ward 1 office. Come ride with us and enjoy free burritos from Los Jarritos. We have music, community joy as we pedal together along West Side neighborhood. So we meet at the Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda Street. In the winters, we meet at from 9 to 11 a.m. And then on Friday, November 14th from 5 to 6:30 p.m., TUCSON'S Mocha will be hosting the opening reception and talk for survival and resistance, remembering the Southside's environmental justice movement. This free community event features historian Lydia Otero in conversation with Jane Kay, the journalist who helped confirm what the Southside community knew for decades. Their water was poisoned by TCE. Together, they'll discuss the past, present, and future of TUCSON'S aquifer. Join in for this evening of art, conversation, and food, again, at the Tucson Museum of Contemporary Art at 265 South Church Avenue. Item 4, go ahead.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 340, dated November 5th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A couple of things for tonight. One is with the ongoing federal government shutdown and the loss of SNAP benefits, many Tucsonans are experiencing even more food insecurity. So our staff has created a list of resources for food assistance on our homepage at tucsonaz.gov. And community members can also call our 311 for information on food and other assistance programs. I'd like to thank Governor Katie Hobbs, who announced that $1.5 million would be deployed to Arizona food banks. We don't have the details yet on how much of that will arrive at TUCSON'S bank, but we're staying in close contact on that allocation of dollars. And in addition, as indicated by some of the members of the council, there's a number of food drives ongoing. And we'd like to thank TUCSON'S for pitching in and helping. Mayor Romero and I would also encourage those of you that are able to assist with the Southern Arizona Food Bank. And finally, I'd like to thank Tucson voters for last night. There were a number of good news pieces. One that didn't get as much attention, but it's certainly of tremendous value, is that the voters approved our general plan update, Plan Tucson 2025, with nearly 63% of the voters in support. That gives us a comprehensive roadmap for the future, and I'm proud of the team that put that all together and brought to the voters something that was in alignment with their values, such that they were able to come out and support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 350, dated November 5th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor licenses agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have 1 application for person location transfer and 3 special event applications. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward item 5B1 and 5C3 through 5C1 through 5C3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Your Honor. Seconded.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Lee, did she say aye?
I said aye. I
Okay.
was just a little early.
Okay. All right. So motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, at this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Call to the audience will last 30 minutes, and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow and beep when you have 30 seconds left of your allotted time. When your 3 minutes are up, the light will turn red and the timer will begin beeping. If that happens, please immediately conclude your remarks.
All right, we have a couple of cards here. We have 30 minutes allocated for call to the audience. We're gonna try to get through as many of the speaker cards as we can. Typically, we ask that if one of the speakers has already made the points or the remarks that you were gonna do, if you can keep yours brief to allow somebody else the opportunity to also speak. So I'm gonna be calling 2 people at a time just so that you're ready to go. So our first speaker is gonna be Vivek Barathan, and if I totally butcher your name, please repeat it. I hate this part of calling people's names. And then after that, it's gonna be Linus Friedman. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Hello. My name is Vivek. I'm here from District 5. I'm a Tucson resident. I'm here about an article that ran in the Arizona Mirror about TPD using AI surveillance called Cobweb Technologies for its Tangles open source intelligence and sharing that with the federal. You can't make up that, like somebody got paid to make up that name. I can't believe this shit. And sharing that with the feds. I'm really thankful for Mayor Romero's fiery speech at the No Kings protest. I also saw that she did it under the watchful eye of a TPD drone. And I understand that there are big differences in this room about how we'd like the city to approach local law enforcement. I also understand that there's a little less daylight and more consensus that the federal government is abusing its powers. That local law enforcement data that is being collected by surveillance mechanisms is accessible to the feds until it can be proven that it isn't. That's the assumption we have to make. And therefore, because surveillance data is being used by the federal government and ICE to round up immigrants, anyone who looks like an immigrant, and will soon be mobilized against dissenters, I am demanding that the City Council roll back TPD's use of local surveillance tools. They will absolutely be used to crack down on dissent and violate our First Amendment rights. My heartfelt condolences to the students who are here from the KMP student radio family. And I really hope not to be back before the new council is seated. So Council members Perez and Ulick, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Vivek. Linus Friedman. And after Linus, we have Fallon Otto.
Hello, my name is Linus Friedman. I'm a student at the University of Arizona. I study sustainable built environments and traffic safety. So I wanted to come out here and speak on the recent tragic accident that occurred at Euclid and 2nd, and give my condolences, especially for all the people in the audience who know them, Katya, Sophia, and Josiah. And I wanted to also say that, as a lot of the comments from the petition that was put out there have said, this has been an issue for years, and it's unfortunate that this had to occur for, people to speak out and for it to be heard by the city, that this was truly an issue that needed to have action now. And this is an issue across Tucson. As many of you might know, Tucson is the 3rd worst city in the nation for per capita pedestrian deaths, and that's frankly not acceptable. And I believe the city could do a lot more, being a front runner for Vision Zero, and really pushing harder, because this is very pertinent to the city. And lastly, as well, I would also like to say thank you to DTM for the work that has been done and the quick action in kind of responding to this crash. Both the quick things that will be implemented and the sort of longer term changes that are, being hastened with the pace of them. I would also like to say, I think it's also important to think more holistically about this road and this intersection and what we want it to be. It's a major arterial that is right next to the university, as Speedway and Campbell also are. But it's bordering on the one walkable shop district that we have next to the university. And do we really want it to be a fast-paced arterial that encourages cars to go quickly, or should we be looking at things that would reduce speeds, keep people safe, whether that be something like this toucan infrastructure that's going in, or other things at other intersections, like First and Euclid, which is equally as horrible of an intersection for people to cross at. The whole stretch, I believe, just needs to be rethought holistically about what can be done. So, thank you.
Thank you, Linus. Next, we have Fallon, and after that, we have Justine Wilkin.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Fallon, and I'm a student of the Sustainable Built Environments degree program at the university and a member of the Students for Sustainable Cities Club on campus. Hundreds of students cross Euclid and 2nd every day without the ability to use safe crosswalk infrastructure. Last week, 3 University of Arizona students lost their lives. Josiah Santos, Sophia Tortel, and Katia Castillo Mendoza. They were killed at that crosswalk, and it was not just an accident, it was a traffic violence. At night, it is too dark for vehicles to see anybody clearly, and there are no hawk crosswalks, toucan infrastructure, and cars routinely speed well over 30 miles per hour. In short, this crosswalk is nothing but treacherous. We started a petition that now has over 10,500 signatures from community members and people around the country. It is important to make clear that this communication comes directly to the City Council and represents the university and Tucson communities. Foot traffic on and around campus is far more significant than most areas around the city. And as an urban design student, I acknowledge that safety around Tucson must be prioritized for all pedestrians. To anyone here tonight connected to Katia, Josiah, and Sophia, friends, family, loved ones, we want to acknowledge your unimaginable loss. We are here to support your voices and your grief. This tragedy has shaken our campus and city in unimaginable ways. We appreciate the city's response so far, but we need urgency. Lives depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Fallon. So we have Justine Wilkin, and then after that, Monir Garbi.
Hello, my name is Justine Wilkin. I am a resident of the city of Tucson and a 2025 graduate of the University of Arizona. And Josiah Santos, one of the 3 victims in Thursday's fatal hit and run near campus, was my good friend. He, his girlfriend Sophia, and her roommate Katia were all killed in the crosswalk at Euclid and 2nd Street. And I could spend my time talking about how amazing they were, because they really were, but that is not why I am here. I am here to express my outrage at the city of Tucson and its Department of Transportation for the negligence that allowed this crosswalk to kill my friend with the help of an impaired driver. You can ask anyone on campus and they will tell you that crosswalk is terrifying, okay? I walked it so many times, very regularly when I was a student. And as a pedestrian, you have zero faith that you're not gonna be mowed down the second you
step off the curb, and that is because for a best case scenario driver, you have very little warning that you're even approaching a crosswalk and none at all that someone might actually be in it, and doubly so at nighttime. By the time you realize this fact, most of the time you've already blown halfway through it. And with worst case scenario drivers, I can tell you from personal experience that stopping at this crosswalk is considered optional. But you already know the dangers of this crosswalk. You've known it for a while, 2 years at least. In a statement from the Department of Transportation regarding the safety and involvement of this crosswalk, they said they had been, quote, in the planning phase since 2023 for this intersection, end quote. For at least 2 years, it has been known to the city of Tucson that this crosswalk is woefully inadequate for pedestrian safety, and yet in the time that I was a student and in the time since, not a single thing has changed about it. And let's talk about pedestrian safety in Tucson for a second as a whole, using that planning period as a reference. According to the GIS data from the city of Tucson from 2023 to present, the TPD has documented 81 vehicle pedestrian collisions, which resulted in a fatal injury. That is just the collisions, not necessarily the amount of people who were injured in that. 27 in 2023, 30 in 2024, and 24 so far in 2025. Additionally, I have found reports that at least one more occurred just this Monday that has not yet been documented. To residents and city officials alike, these numbers should be absolutely unacceptable. This is the city we live in. These are the streets that we walk. This is the safety that we assume when we traverse them. I can't help but feel like if in the planning phase where officials talked and talked about what they should do, if anyone had gotten around to the actual doing and made that crosswalk anything other than the nightmare that it is, Josiah would still be here, Sophia would still be here, and Katya would still be here. So while I am grateful that the Department of Transportation is now prioritizing Euclid in second, I am mad as hell that my friend had to die for this to happen. I'm calling now for the installation of a hawk flashing beacon along with 10,000 other people who signed a petition on change.org, set up by these people. And I'm calling for it to happen now. I thank you for all that you do for this city, and at the same time, I'm calling on all of us to do better. Councilmember Ulick, you said that if we can avert tragedies like this, we should go above and beyond. And so I await eagerly to see that your above and beyond is the same as mine. Remember Josiah, remember Sophia and Katya, and remember that when students walk to university, they are walking towards their future. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you, Justine. Monier, and after Monier, Reyes Suarez.
My name is Munir. Munir Garbia. I've been living on 5th Street for 25 years. We have a frontage road in front of us. The city sent us a card about a year and a half ago showing us what they're going to do, putting a sidewalk, putting a bicycle lane, lights and everything. We were happy with it, but they never told us that they're going to trim our frontage road from 20 feet to 13 feet, 0.9. So it's almost 14 feet. Now we have no place for our visitors or for us to park in our frontage road. And when another vehicle is passing, we cannot pass. I was told by the city that we can go over the sidewalk, drive over the sidewalk to pass the other vehicle. Our frontage, our side there, we have about 15 houses there, okay, and all of them said that the city never told us that they're going to shrink or reduce the frontage road that we have. And I've been talking to the city about it, and it just, I'm not getting anywhere. This is going to, first of all, also reduce the value of our property, since there is no parking in front of us. We have only whatever we can park in our property inside, maybe a couple of cars, that's it. But otherwise, you cannot park there. We have most of the people who they live there in that frontage road are seniors. We have fire department and ambulance come there like once a month or a month and a half. And also we have a group home that a sun van come all the time. I almost got in a fight with one of the drivers there. I said, just move inside. He wouldn't move inside. There's no place for him to move. So anyway, I'm hoping that to give some consideration to our daily life, how much we are going to be suffering from this frontage road, and our kids, our visitors, nobody can park there in that frontage road. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monir. Reyes Suarez, and after Reyes, we have Enrique Vega.
Hello, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and City Council. My name is Reyes Suarez. I live in Ward 1. To start, I want everyone to remember Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Arpaio was notorious for using his own officers to intimidate, follow, levy false charges and indictments on his supposed enemies. Basically, anyone of note who criticized him and tried to hold him accountable. The list of which were a judge, that judge's spouse, a political rival, a Maricopa County official, and a reporter. I want you to try to imagine the type of damage and tyranny someone like Joe Arpaio could have done with access to technology such as the flock cameras and other AI surveillance. The safeguards that exist have next to no protection for us in that hypothetical, and I must insist that Donald Trump is Sheriff Arpaio writ large. Congressional lawmakers in our own state can easily breach any barricades that protect us. If someone is being unnecessarily harassed by police under normal circumstances, they can sue said department for harassment and even be slapped with a restraining order. You cannot do the same thing with the flock network. There's no way to personally opt out of the program. And yes, while there's no reasonable expectation of privacy to keep you from being recorded in the public on the streets, it becomes a much different matter when it's daisy chain monitoring devices that can build the living profile of your daily activities. This is a clear Fourth Amendment violation of search and seizure. Just because it's technically an AI that is doing the searching and compiling doesn't mean it's not a violation. Some examples I'd like to give from the Auburn report from the University of Washington found that some police department cameras have been only used by the federal immigration agencies because it allowed the national lookup feature. Flock had failed to inform them that immigration forces could gain access to through this feature. What else are they not telling Tucson? In Ketchie, Kansas, an officer used flock cameras to stalk his ex-wife. Near 40% of police are admitted domestic abusers. Columbine, Colorado, use of flock cameras led the police to believe the suspect was 100% sure that there was a woman who was the suspect in a package theft incident. She had already been given summons. She used the cameras on board her own vehicle to exonerate herself. She spent weeks of her own time obtaining and piecing together footage to create a timeline to submit to the police chief to clear her name. Overuse of these under-litigated technologies is a crutch to police forces. If we don't allow our teenagers and our students to write their essays with ChatGPT, we shouldn't allow them to use the AI to do their work. Austin spent $1.2 million on flock camera softwares in its pilot program. They got 65 arrests from 113 million scans. That's around 7,300 per arrest. That's not sustainable. And I feel so bad for these students for what happened in the recent hit and run accident. These cameras did not save them. They didn't even catch the perpetrator. He turned himself in. The point is surveillance, not to reduce crime. We successfully convinced South Tucson to end their contract. You can too. Thank you.
Thank you, Reyes. Enrique Vega, and after Enrique, we have Judy Bone.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Enrique Vega. I was born and raised here in Tucson, here in the old pueblo. My great-grandparents and grandparents were here in Arizona before it became a state. And both my parents were born here before Tucson had a population of 45,000. I'm also an undergraduate of the University of Arizona and I have a graduate certificate from NAU. I also served in the United States Marine Corps and the Marine Corps Reserve for over 8 years. I am here to acknowledge that in 2 days, it will be 33 years ago that I, and along with 100 friends, planted 53 trees on the north side of C.E. Rose, which today the park is called Rodeo Wash Park. I'm just going to give a little breakdown of my family, how this park became. I would like to first also thank Desert Survivors on 22nd Street who donated all the trees. It was Saturday, November 7th, 1992, with the blessings of our Tohono O'odham elder and Yaqui elder. This was to keep in touch with our traditions, culture, and languages as Indigenous people here, reflective of the Southwest and of the Americas. I was able to have all the food, money, food, and drinks donated. We had a delicious Tohono O'odham red chili fry bread meal, watermelon, and drinks. By the end of the day, we had the help of over 100 people who volunteered, and we had planted 53 trees. I took care of these trees for over 15 years, making sure that they were watered and properly trimmed. 30 years of family, community, initiative, and action, improving the quality of our life, of the life of my community. During these past 30 years, my sister Amanda Vega established the Rose Neighborhood Association. During this time, she applied for a grant in which $250,000 created new walk paths, 2 ramadas, water, and electricity. During this time, my father was the president of the Rose Neighborhood Association for over 10 years. The quality of life in our community continued with further improvements of a brand new bridge and a children's playground. As a result of all this work of our family, I have collected over 68 signatures to position and remove the name of Rodeo Wash Park to be changed to the Enrique M. Vega Memorial Park. I would like to have these signatures added to the archive, and I would like City of Tucson Parks and Recreation to assist me with this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. City Manager, could we have park staff follow up with Mr. Enrique on the process for renaming a park, please?
Happy to do so, Mayor.
All right, and my condolences to you, Henry. So next we have Judy Bohm, and after Judy, we have Topaz Cervellon.
Hi, my name is Judy Boehm. I'm here because of the closing of the Armory Park Senior Centers on Saturdays, which ended the ballroom dancers. Last monsoon, not this one, but the one before, we had, the whole floor was ruined, and it took a year to get it fixed, and it was beautiful, and we were very happy, and so we invited most of you to the grand opening celebration, which was third Saturday of last month, and nobody came, but what's worse is not even a week later, we not even a week later, we were told that the Armory is closing on Saturdays. We're old people trying to dance, and we've been there for 22 years. Well, I've been there for 22 years. Actually, it's been going on since the Armory began. The ballroom dancers in the beautiful new best ballroom in town, and now it's closed on Saturdays. So we are devastated. And it's not just us. There is the Tucson Philharmonic Youth Orchestra that keeps their instruments there, and they practice every Saturday. And they are, their conductor is Suzanne Baton, but she is so stressed and busy right now because they are going to be performing in Carnegie Hall, New York, this coming up. I think it's in 2 weeks. And so she wants to come down here also. We'll probably come down in December to one of your meetings and ask you again to maybe open up the park, even if it's for a half a day. We could probably do our dancing and let the students, the high school students that are, serious musicians, they go on to get into the real Philharmonic. And I just wanted to say that we really want you to try to open it, and it's a simple fix. Just open the armory on Saturdays. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Topaz, and after Topaz, we have Hunter.
Madam Vice Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Topaz Cervellon, and I come on this pulpit because it's the least I can do for the 3 friends that I lost on October 30th. Sophia Trotel wholeheartedly believed in my dreams. Together at Camp Student Radio, we revived an old zine project that had been out of print for 12 years. Through working with her, I saw not only her creativity, but also her deep love for others. She was sunshine incarnate. Any of these people would agree. The last messages I shared with Sophia were to tell her how proud I was of her accomplishments, how excited I was to plan our trip to the Museum of Art, and to wish her a happy birthday. She turned 21 just a couple weeks ago. Her boyfriend, Josiah Santos, always made me laugh, whether it was his improv at Charles Darwin Experience or simply his bright demeanor. He lit up every room he entered, especially beside Sophia. I promised them that I would be the one to give the funniest toast at their future wedding. When Sophia's roommate Katia needed a break from her job, she'd walk across the street to the Starbucks on University where I would make her a drink while catching up on the latest weird customer story. Council, I really miss my friends. I want to use this platform not only to call for the courts to seek justice for my friends to the fullest extent of the law, but also to remind everyone when Tucson was named one of the deadliest cities for pedestrians this past May, statistics like this don't exist in a vacuum. There's people behind these statistics. Just this month alone, there have been several pedestrian deaths across Tucson, from high school students to the elderly. Last month, a UAPD officer on a motorcycle was struck at the same intersection where my friends passed. I personally witnessed a 3-car pileup at that intersection last year. The crosswalk sign in the median has been hit so many times that the only thing proving it was ever there is a concrete base. I thank our Department of Transportation for taking the initiative to put up a hawk light at 2nd and Euclid, but it shouldn't have taken this to do so. We have research-backed ways to light up our streets while also protecting our beautiful night skies. I know there are current and future members of this council that believe in safer streets for all. We need better infrastructure that will keep us safe. It shouldn't have taken this incident to realize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Topaz. We have Hunter, and after Hunter, we have Adam Milner.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Hunter Goenkoff, a Ward 3 resident. I've lived in Tucson for 16 years and commuted by bicycle for the entirety of that time. Despite the improvements for cycling and pedestrians, I have never felt more unsafe navigating our streets. Tucson is the 2nd deadliest city for pedestrians and cyclists. My question to you is, how many more have to die? We need more than just painted stripes. We need real tangible infrastructure. We need lower speed limits, speed bumps. Our lives are more important than commute times. The reality of the moment is that our streets are more deadly than ever. People are more distracted while driving, thanks to cell phones. Oversized trucks, sports cars doing 60 and 30 mile per hour zones. The dangers go on. And pedestrians aren't protected by airbags or crumple zones. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for fast-tracking the crosswalk on 2nd Street and Euclid, but I want to challenge you to go further. Implement lower speed limits, especially in high traffic foot zones. Build protected bike lanes. Euclid doesn't even have a regular bike lane. Implement speed bumps. We need safety over suspension. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I hope the next time we meet, it isn't under tragic circumstances.
Thank you, Hunter. We have Adam, and after Adam, we have Pravi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Adam Milner. I'm a Ward 6 resident. Just encouraged by all the participation that came here tonight. I'm actually following up on a letter I sent to Mayor and Council and the City Manager back in October about a community development project here in downtown Tucson. It's undersigned by residents from all wards in the City of Tucson. I'll just begin by reading portions of the letter. Some challenges offer tremendous opportunities. The unfortunate condition of the aging Valdez Library has already catalyzed the library's move to the historic Wells Fargo building. This smart move opens up a complementary and impactful opportunity to re-envision Jacome Plaza. We, the undersigned residents of the City of Tucson, encourage the city to work with the community to create a vision for Jacome Plaza that transforms it into the marquee central public space in Tucson by removing the current library building and redesigning the space into a plaza that invokes the traditional style originally present in Tucson. A hopeful reimagining of the space would serve both as an homage to Tucson's multicultural essence and Mexican heritage while being a full-throated vote of confidence in our future. An inclusive community process would study the pros and cons of removing the current building. Tucson can again have a great gathering space like those across the United States, the rest of the Americas, and across the world. In the 1800s, the Tucson Plaza existed just west of San Agustin Cathedral. A bold investment in a plaza project would build on the gains realized by major downtown parking community projects, including the award-winning restoration of the Pima County Courthouse and Activate El Presidio. These are investments to be proud of. We believe a central plaza could offer complementary experiences aimed at serving as an antidote to the feelings of isolation and loneliness many of us are feeling. The plaza could connect the vibrant quarters of downtown with shade, seating, and event space. If done well, it could enhance the current mix of small businesses and creative energy bookended by the new library and the courthouse. This hub for people watching and multi-generational activity could also enhance landmark community events like Tucson Meet Yourself. Let's build on the momentum and take advantage of the opportunity presented by the imposing $86 million maintenance liability on the current building. A redevelopment of a portion of the site, including potential public-private partnerships to provide a degree of revenue generation for the city, could also be considered. Under this scenario, the remaining public plaza space should be reimagined. The very worst thing that could happen would be for a vacant and deteriorating public building at the very center of our city. The signatories below represent no organization, but rather speak as a collection of individuals who care about our community. Together, we respectfully request your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We have Pravi. And after Pravi, we have Logan Havens. Yeah. Oh, he had to leave? Okay. All right, so Logan Havens, and after Logan, we will have Elizabeth.
My name is Logan Havens. I'm an unpaid speaker here speaking for myself, and I came to somewhat echo what the students are saying. This has been a tragedy, and I appreciate so many people showing up to support this. And I wanted to speak to my experience over the past 10 years of showing up to these meetings, meetings for roadway redesigns or meetings for different projects in the cities. And some of them have included things like we pleaded during Downtown Links not to cut the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure while maintaining the automobile funding. The platform park was reduced and the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure was reduced while the automobile was maintained. With the 6th Avenue bicycle protected lane, we almost lost that project because a neighbor was upset. They would have to walk 20 feet further to their car because of a tree planting and green stormwater infrastructure. And when I was at the 22nd Street Bridge redevelopment, they were going to make us cross several layers of traffic to get to a path. And in all these situations, we're looking now at RTA Next, which just released new plans for First Avenue Euclid, curves and turns into First Avenue north of Grant. And on that roadway, we do have some protected sections. However, at the most vulnerable and at the largest intersections, we leave pedestrians and bicyclists unprotected. Every one of these meetings, when we show up, we are told that the convenience of the car or the cost of the infrastructure is too expensive for the project. And we watch dollars get stripped away from bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and then we watch hundreds of people die over these years that I've been here. And so it's incredibly sad to watch death after death, and then to know that we're desensitized to the point that in a few months, when we're at that First Avenue meeting, We're going to forget these people that died, and we're going to choose to prioritize 30 seconds more efficiency at that intersection or $1 million. I don't know what it is. This whole time we're saying we do not have money, we do not have the space. At the same time, we plow through our city to widen Broadway or grant or add downtown links. We spend $600 million on a roadway on the I-10 widening around the Keno Sports Complex, and we choose not to put that money into preserving the lives of these individuals. So in a few months, I will be at this next meeting, and I will be saying, no, we need to protect this, and I want your support with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Logan. Elizabeth, and after Elizabeth, we have Nathaniel.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth. I am a student and researcher at the University of Arizona, and I'm speaking on the resolution on the groundwater contamination. In 2023, I, along with several other students working with Dr. Daniel Sullivan at the University of Arizona, conducted a door-to-door survey of nearly 400 Tucson residents. We found that people residing in the Southside Tucson who had lived there since the time before the Superfund site was declared, as well as their children, had the highest levels of post-traumatic stress related to the contamination and the highest rates of depression compared to any other groups in our study. 1 in 3 people who had been historically exposed to contamination in our sample still suffer from what might be clinically relevant levels of post-traumatic stress about this issue. Furthermore, people in this group self-reported the highest levels of cancer, autoimmune diseases, and birth defects in our sample. Having worked and lived in the Southside for several years now, what I frequently hear from those active on this issue is that the city has done a good job over the last few decades addressing the groundwater contamination itself, but in this largely lower income part of Tucson, even the fortunate people who have health insurance struggle to get appointments at affordable clinics, find a primary care provider, experience long wait times, voice their concerns about inflexible appointment times, and struggle to cover the copays for essential treatments. Many residents share that the longer we wait for a solution to their healthcare needs, the more at risk they are of being failed by the systems that were supposed to keep them safe and healthy. Additionally, we see this as an issue that calls for immediate action before it is too late. The resolution that has been put forward by the Human Relations Commission, based on community input, reaffirms this goal and commends the city and partner organizations for all that have done to clean our water. But the resolution also states that this alone is not enough. As people of Southside Tucson know, you can't treat the environment without treating the people and vice versa. We appreciate the support we've received on this resolution, and we are grateful for the advice and encouragement to work with the Pima County Board of Supervisors to address the public health component of the resolution, as well as connecting us to the resolution to policies in Plan Tucson. We appreciate your commitment in protecting not only the contaminated water of Tucson, but the people whose lives have been changed by it. I thank the Ward 1 and Ward 5 council members for bringing this resolution forward, and I thank you very much for moving forward with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, we have our last 3 speaker cards, so it'll be Nathaniel, Desi, and then Florence Johnson. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Thank you for hearing me today. And before I say anything, I just want to give my condolences to everybody. It's horrible, preventable tragedy. We shouldn't be asking for safe roads. We should just be there. I came to talk today about the flock contract and the flock surveillance cameras to echo a lot of the sentiments that we've already heard about how dangerous they are. I'm not going to talk at length about the specifics, the horrible stories of officers abusing flock to hunt people down, or AI going rogue and accusing people of crimes they didn't commit. Instead, I just want to ask everybody, we got a lot of students here in the house today. Show of hands, if you ever read the book 1984 by George Orwell. Right, pretty much everybody. It's part of your required reading when you go to school. It's an important caution. It's a cautionary tale that instructs us to not give unlimited power, surveillance to fascist states. I think it goes without saying that if you passed your book report when you wrote your 1984 book report. You should be able to see the writing on the wall right now. I'm going to leave this because it's the 5th of November, right? Remember, with a quote from Alan Moore from V for Vendetta, a story about a surveillance state. And where once you had the freedom to object, to think and speak as you saw fit, you now have censors and systems of surveillance coercing you into conformity and soliciting your submission. Please don't let them coerce you into conformity. Do not let them solicit you into submission. Cancel this contract with Flock.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Desi? Is Desi here? All right. Florence Johnson, and that'll be our last speaker.
Hi, my name is Florence Johnson, and I'm a resident of Ward 6. And I'm here to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I understand that public safety must be a priority for this council and the Tucson Police Department, as well as the residents of this city. My condolences to the students and families who have lost their loved ones. On 10/29/25, Arizona Luminaria reported, along with other independent media, that the Tucson Police Department purchased cobweb surveillance software and has been using it for some time to profile and analyze people participating in some Tucson events. Cobweb surveillance software is produced by an Israeli company. It was purchased with funds earmarked for border enforcement by the Tucson Police Department, but I don't know if it was purchased with knowledge of the City Council, and so that's one of my questions to you. I have several other questions. How and when is border security the responsibility of the Tucson Police Department? Per the U.S. Constitution, border security is a federal enforcement responsibility. Reporters found cobweb surveillance software was used to access social media accounts and contacts of people attending a Harris Waltz political rally, people like me. Most attendees were U.S. citizens engaged in political speech and lawful assembly, not people engaged in criminal enterprises, insurrection, foreign terrorism, or serving as foreign agents. So my questions are, who has and had access to the data and the analysis of these attendees, not just the Tucson police? And do federal agents still have access to this cobweb data? And what is the Tucson Police Department doing about this? And what is the City Council doing about this? Who determined it is legal to use this software on residents of Tucson and surrounding areas? And who advised them that it was legal to use this on residents engaging in lawful assembly and speech? And is this a violation of attendees' rights to privacy and protection from unreasonable search and seizure? Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to take an opportunity to thank everybody who showed up or called to the audience, and especially, again, our student, U of A student body here. And again, I'm sorry for your loss, and it's unacceptable. Thank you. Item 7.
Consent agenda items A through K.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is establishing the mayor and council 2026 meeting schedule. Item C is amendment number 8 to intergovernmental agreement, IGA, for transportation funding between the city of Tucson and the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County, RTA, for the Downtown Links project. Item D is authority to acquire right-of-way for the Grant Road, Fremont Avenue to Sparkman Boulevard Improvement Project, Phase 5 and 6. Item E is a license agreement for use of the public right-of-way, Wanrack LLC E-rate project. Item F is a final plat for TD DIV 0125-00005, La Escalera, Phase 3, Lots 1 through 215 in common areas A and B. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Tucson and Pima County for acceptance of a $1 million in gap funding to support the preservation and renovation of Tucson House. Item H is a labor agreement with the Tucson Police Officers Association, TPOA. Item I is Amendment Number 2 to the Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, awarding the city's Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program funding from the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Access State Opioid Response 4 FY26 Grant Program. Item J is an amendment of the intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment Administration Access in the City of Tucson to allow the city to provide funding to secure federal matching funds for supplemental payments for the support of the Access to Professional Service Initiative, APSI, at Tucson Medical Center, TMC, for the period October 1, 2025 through September 30th, 2026. Item K is amending the 2025 Mayor and Council meeting schedule.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Nick Sulik? Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Mayor and council consideration of a resolution affirming the city's commitment to address groundwater contamination on Tucson's south side.
City Manager's Communication Number 356 dated November 5th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24034 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24034 relating to environmental services and human relations, authorizing and approving a resolution to support the Human Relations Commission recommendations to address groundwater contamination on Tucson's south side and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor Santa Cruz, sorry, I'd like to pass and adopt Resolution 24034.
Second.
Do we have a discussion? Councilmember Perez.
I'll just add, obviously we've touched on this item before, but I think it kind of speaks to a lot of the remarks that were made during calls to the audience around large corporations and the impact that they have here. I think that this resolution in talking about groundwater contamination is just one example of some of the earliest impacts of extractive development that have impacted our Southside community. And so, again, I'm very thankful that you brought this forward and that we were able to partner in pushing this through, and really want to send our thanks to the Human Relations Commission and those that are here today and those that aren't able to join us for having put in the hard work. And also want to give our thanks to the University of Arizona and the resources and capacity that they lent in providing the research and findings that supported this work. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. I also wanted to add that along with the resolution, there are 2 events that are connected to this. The Living with Injury exhibit opening Friday, November 14th from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at the Tucson Museum of Art. And then the second event is the TCE Memorial Mural and Healing Ceremony Saturday, December 13th from 2 to 5 at Mission Manor Park, which will feature a blessing by Tohono O'odham members. Our office will be also there to support and and have an opportunity to bring the community together. So again, I want to thank my colleagues for your consideration. And even though we weren't the ones responsible for creating this harm, we hold the responsibility to address the impact that this had on our Southside community. So with that, if we don't have any further discussion, we will do roll call.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mick Sulik?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. Resolution 24034 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 9.
Public hearing, TP MCA 0925-00001, appeal of PDSD Director's decision for individual parking plan, Congress Apartments, 701 West Congress Street, C3 zone.
City Managers Communication Number 352 and 348 dated November 5th are received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on an appeal of the Planning and Development Services Department Director's decision dated August 28, 2025 for individual parking plan, IPP, case TP MOD 0725-000029, Congress Apartments. The appeal was filed on September 29, 2025 by Mission District Partners, LLC, appealing the approval of a parking reduction request to allow for 17 on-site parking spaces in lieu of 56 on-site spaces for the 65-unit multifamily development. The appellant is Mission District Partner, LLC. Mr. Attorney, you are requested to read the order of the appeal.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. As you mentioned, this is an appeal of Planning and Development Services Department Director's decision of approving an individual parking plan that's governed by UDC Section 3.9.2, Mayor and Council Appeal Procedure, and is heard by the Mayor and Council at this public hearing. The Mayor and Council will decide this appeal based on the application, testimony, and evidence and other materials presented in both the prior proceeding and this proceeding, including the city manager's communication and other testimony. The Mayor and Council will follow the order of appeal as follows. The appellant will speak for both the appellant and the applicant will have 10 minutes each to present to the Mayor and Council. The appellant will proceed first. Both the appellant and the applicant may split their 10 minutes however they choose. If they choose to leave some for a rebuttal, they can do that as well. After the applicant speaks, the public hearing will proceed for any other persons desiring to address the Mayor and Council. Each one of those individuals will receive 5 minutes each. And then if there is rebuttal by the applicant or the appellant, then that time will occur after that public hearing. From that point on, if the Mayor and Council have questions for either the appellant, the applicant, or any other persons here in the room, or for the Planning and Development Services Director, they may ask direct those questions at that time.
Thank you, City Attorney. Is the appellant present? Okay, if so, please come forward.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Adam Weinstein, and I'm here on behalf of the appellant, Mission District Partners, LLC. I have a few things to hand out. I don't know how those get circulated, but they're pertinent to the two briefs. We'll start with the first one here, I know is for the Congress Street consideration. First and foremost, I'd like to start off by addressing Mayor Pro Tempore and Council relative to the fact that there is no available process at the moment available to either an appellant or an applicant relative to considerations in addition to the individual parking program that provide a forum like this for consideration above and beyond that of dialogue with staff. So I appreciate your patience while we address some of these issues as they specifically relate to the individual parking plan, or referred to as the IPP, as well as those considerations that would affect the total development as a whole. These considerations were brought to our attention and were addressed in the context of the required public meetings that the applicant was required to go through in order to make their application for their potential approval of a development package. that included an IPP, along with other considerations that were addressed by the neighborhood association during the public meeting. The public meeting was a combined meeting that had both the general conditions for the infill incentive district instrument to be used to its benefit, as well as consideration for the IPP at the second half of the meeting. There were some contentious conversation that occurred during that meeting, along with several considerations that were brought up by many of the neighborhood residents and business owners in the area that were expected to be further addressed by both staff and potentially mayor and council going forward in order to influence the approval process that would be undertaken. As has been very standard practice, as you know, with our development on the Mercado District, it has been heavily engaged with the community over nearly 20 years. And as a result of that, we've been able to build trust and consensus in the overall execution of the high-quality standards that we've been able to bring to the city of Tucson, both in design and transportation and mobility, and in terms of investment in our community. We are at odds with the development that is proposed for the former Rudy's Auto site relative to the considerations and concerns that were brought up during the IID meeting by the neighborhood association and its participants and residents and business owners that continue to remain unaddressed, and as such, use benefits of a parking program and potential infiltration into the immediate neighborhood without fully addressing the issues at hand. One of the items that, once this was reviewed and ultimately approved by staff, was without any further consideration or communication with the neighborhood association on either addressing any of the issues or what staff had reconciled was an adequate resolution in order to meet some of those concerns, which ended up by providing a residential parking permit program that was going to be tied apparently somehow, some way to their overall permit execution without paying any mind to the neighborhood residents directly south of them at the Mercado District. So why would one portion of the neighborhood be able to receive that benefit when the other portion of the neighborhood would not? So there are tremendous inconsistencies in terms of how the parking count was calculated, how they were using adjacent off-site parking areas that are not currently available to them, not meeting any of the design requirements that the neighborhood brought up for consideration as being meaningful to them and to their neighborhood plan, and for consistency with the high standards that the Mercado District has brought to the community south of the area. So with that in mind, we would like for you to forestall any further approval at this point in time until those considerations are properly addressed to the satisfaction of the neighborhood association, its residents, business owners, and to continue in the high-quality development standard that you've been known to come to, become used to in the west side of downtown Tucson. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You have like 4 minutes and 30 seconds left if you want for the rebuttal. Okay, all right, thank you. Is the applicant present? Okay, please come forward. And same thing, you have 10 minutes total.
Sure.
So you figure out how you want to use your time.
Sure. Can I have this passed out as well? Right. My time's running. Wow. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Rory Juneman, representing Oz Development, 5983 East Grant Road. And I'm burning my time and I don't have my, sorry. There's really three reasons why this project, or why this appeal should be denied. The first is the applicant or the appellant has not provided any evidence that this IPP was denied or was was granted improperly. Thank you, there's my notes, that's helpful. The UDC says that you can grant an appeal if the appellant shows that the IPP decision was not in conformance with the UDC's IPP criteria, meaning staff made an error in granting that decision. There's nothing in what the appellant's written materials or what the appellant just presented that really criticizes the reasons behind the IPP. So just from a straight up legal standpoint, you have the ability to deny that appeal because they haven't met the standard of showing that it was granted in error. Instead of going through and talking about the problems with the appeal, I think it's probably a better use of time to focus on why you should support these projects and why the IPP was rightly granted for these projects. First, the type of project. This project is going to bring 142 attainable workforce units to a part of the city that it desperately needs them. Oz Development has a model of doing micro-unit apartments. They're studios and one-bedrooms that are small. They're still high quality, but they're small, so they keep the rents at a lower level. Their average tenant age is about 29 years old. Their average tenant income is $39,000. So it's exactly the target market that we need here in Tucson to have these kind of units. Oz does these all over the western United States. They have about 20 of these projects. They're successful because of this model, partly also because they use parking reductions to reduce costs and attract people who don't necessarily want to use cars. They do these projects in areas exactly like this. This location is ideal for what Oz is proposing. It may not work in other parts of the city, but it will absolutely work here because of the availability of transit. The streetcar will connect tenants to downtown, to the U of A, to Banner, 3 major employment centers within our city. If you have residents that don't live there, Line 21 of Suntran will connect them to the Ronstadt Transit Center, where they have access to the full transit system. There's also a to-go station and lots of biking and walkable areas around. Now, if you have a tenant that does have a car, they have options outside of off-site or on-site parking as well. The city-state garage is a quarter of a mile away. It's an easy ride on the streetcar to get there. It is an excellent option for tenants if they want an affordable place to park their car. They don't have to use street parking. There's ample street parking that's available, but they also have other options as well. Oz is making significant contributions to mitigate any issues and ensure that this won't negatively impact neighbors. One is that they've agreed to rent 15 spaces at the city-state garage. They also have agreed to pay for 5 years of parking permits in coordination with the 2 nearby neighborhood associations. And I think most importantly, they're going to pay for a hot crossing right in front of their project, really between their projects. It's about a $500,000 investment. That's not only going to benefit their residents, it's going to benefit all of the neighbors in the area. Finally, I just want to stress that supporting parking reductions really is the right message to send if they're justified, which this one is. You all know that parking needs to be right-sized. Excess parking in any project, commercial, residential, it doesn't do anyone any good. It doesn't do the developer any good. It doesn't do the residents any good. It doesn't do the neighbors any good. It doesn't do our environment any good. So supporting properly granted and considered IPPs is really important. I also want to just add that the newly adopted Plan Tucson last night, congratulations, that it supports this type of reduction. Transportation Policy 3 supports parking management and pricing strategies that encourage the use of transit, bicycles, and walking. And Land Use Policy 5 supports reducing required motor vehicle parking based on demonstrated needs. when there's increased pedestrian, bike, and public transit facilities. So Plan Tucson supports this. This was a case that was properly proposed and considered. After it was proposed, Oz worked with city staff to add the mitigation items that I mentioned, the hawk and the parking permits and the city-state garage. They've made a good faith effort to mitigate. And the type of project that they're proposing is really one that will work in this area and that won't create undue effects on the neighbors. So because this appeal does not show that the IPP decision was improper, and because these projects are exactly the type of sustainable, transit-oriented projects that we should support as a community, we just respectfully request that you deny this appeal, and I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, you have like 3 minutes and 15 seconds for your future remarks. City Attorney, I just wanted to make sure, this is a moment where we open it up to the public?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, that's correct.
All right, thank you. So this public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do we have any speaker cards? No? All right, do we have anybody in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? All right. Would y'all, the three of y'all that raised your hand, can you come up to the front? And because I don't have your names, I'm gonna ask you to self-organize who goes first, second, and third. Or also over here? Okay. So if y'all can also come up here then, and then we can go in the order that you're sitting up front.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
might it be useful to allow them to organize by whether they're for the appeal or against?
Yes. Okay. Do we ask them?
Yes, you can ask.
Okay. You're for the appeal? You're for the appeal, against the appeal? Okay, so we'll start with the for the appeal, and then against the appeal. Who is going first? Okay, can you please state your name?
My name is Adalberto Ballesteros. I live in Barrio Sin Nombre. Basically, we already have a ton of overflow traffic coming through from a number of parties and organizations in the area. Couple questions. You guys have set a 400-foot radius for people to be informed. None of that helps us when we live outside of that 400-foot radius. So kind of a side note, if we could get that increased for things happening in our area, if you could extend it to a 1-mile radius so we're actually informed. We live on a street that's listed as one of the programs or one of the streets to be used in the IPP. They mentioned that they'd be paying for 5 years of use for this. But what happens to us if money runs out before 5 years is up? At that point, who's responsible? Who's going to be paying? And how do they choose who gets a permit and how many per household? Personally, I've got a vehicle, a work truck, and my wife's got her car. Would we receive 3? Is it fair, unfair? And then if that's so, when we have little get-togethers and everything, there's a lot that goes into it just for us to be able to gather as a family at that point. One of them had mentioned that excess parking doesn't do anybody any good. If that's the case, why couldn't they put in underground parking that would double as storage for tenants that don't see a need to have a vehicle? Maybe there's a way we can come to an agreement that they can utilize the space for more than one thing. And then lastly, again, we do have very limited space on our streets. They weren't made for multiple traffic directions in one street. I'm not sure how or what would happen to our streets if we add parking at that point, if we're going to be turned into one-way streets, which makes it very difficult to get in and out of our homes. That's about it. Just thank you.
Anthony?
Hello, everybody. My name is Anthony. I'm the president of Barrio Sin Nombre. I've been in the West Side
my entire life. I know majority of the people who have been there for a lifetime, and I know who's new. I'm against, or I'm for the appeal because I don't believe 17 parking spaces is sufficient for the area. Bonita is a widely used road. There's always traffic on there. Big trucks come through there. So I just don't understand why they would think there's going to be places to park off of Bonita, and I know they're required to have their 17 parking spots. There is an elderly home that is across the street from Rudy's Auto Shop. Those people could barely get around as it is. Yes, the hawk light would help. I don't believe that's the burden of the developer. I think that's a city issue. I don't think we should sell out for a hawk light. I don't think that's sufficient. Besides that, I got this letter I'm supposed to read to you guys, and it's kind of has basically the same thing to do with what Bear said. Barrio Sin Nombre Neighborhood Association was going to appeal the zoning commission decision, but after reviewing city policy, we decided to address our concerns via email. We're submitting these recommendations to address changes in policy that will lead to better notifications and engagement for residents affected by current policies. One, we recommend that a 1 mile radius notifying replacement of the 400 feet requirement that is set into play today. For those residents living in the project area, if this project goes up, anything in a mile radius is probably gonna adopt the same type of policies or whatever that the city of Tucson has. So that would just open the door for a lot of developers to, in my opinion, ruin our city. By doing so, the change would align with your policy of transit-oriented housing, which uses a 1 mile radius to reduce parking requirements. By doing so, residents will be advised of possible changes and hopefully can engage in negotiations for community benefits. We recommend changing policies. This is the second, sorry. We recommend changing policies that require city staff to attend presentations by developers to answer questions from residents relevant to city policies. My understanding of the aforementioned meet was okay, so this is touching on the meeting that they had. I went to the meeting personally. None of the developers could answer any of the questions I had. None of the developers could answer, I'm gonna say about 95% of the questions that were answered at that meeting, or asked at that meeting, sorry. So I feel that this public meeting was just pushed on us and then you just keep the ball rolling. And I don't believe that's fair to the community members. Something needs to be done. They promised to come back with a follow-up meeting. That never happened. Here we are today. And I think that's just pretty cheap. So hopefully something can be done for future residents of the city of Tucson. We're not the only ones affected. So please consider doing something if it's not, stopping their application, but something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Can I get the folks that are against the appeal? For the. Or for, no. I'm sorry. Yeah, against the appeal. If you can just state your name.
Good evening. My name is Serena Rabinowitz. I just want to start by noting that I was involved in the design of the project with Lizard Rock Designs. And I am now currently a Master's of Science in Urban Planning student at the U of A. And I'm here tonight speaking as a private citizen and an urban planning student. And I genuinely believe these projects are what Tucson needs right now. Both of these developments are great examples of smart infill and transit-oriented development located along a public transit corridor with multiple transportation options and right next to the bike loop. They give people the choice to live in Tucson without being dependent on a car, which is so important as our city grows and becomes more connected and sustainable. What's especially exciting is that these projects will transform two underutilized lots. On the south side at Linda Avenue, there's currently a parking lot, and on the north side of Congress, until now, it's been an auto body shop. These are prime sites in an active and vibrant part of the community, and right now they're just sitting empty. Turning them into places where people can actually live, walk, bike, and contribute to the neighborhood is a huge improvement. While these aren't formally designated as affordable housing, they are more attainable than many of the luxury apartments nearby. The smaller unit sizes make them a great fit for young professionals, students, recent graduates, or anyone who is looking for a more modest, efficient, and affordable place to live. It will be great for people who want to live close to downtown without paying for amenities that they may not use or need. And given the mayor's recent declaration of a housing state of emergency, it's clear that Tucson needs more attainable housing options like this. The project also contributes to the ongoing vitality of the Congress Street corridor, helping connect the Mercado district to downtown. They by extending the higher density buildings. They fit the scale and character of the area and will also improve safety with the addition of a new hawk light for pedestrians. For all these reasons, including smart location, reuse of land, more attainable housing, and neighborhood improvement, I'm excited to support these projects, and I strongly encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, yes, my name is Peyton. I want to thank you all for your time and the opportunity to speak regarding the future development projects on the Congress Street and Linda Ave area. We currently have a housing shortage in Tucson, and as posted on the city's website, a survey conducted by Eco Northwest, the study found that within the next 20 years, the city of Tucson will need approximately over 60,000 housing units. Of these 60,000 housing units, over 20,000 are required for the year 2028. More importantly, of this 60,000, approximately 34,000 are for households earning between 0 and 60% of the median area income. So not only is this an appeal or a project that will help the area for affordability, there's also, speaking specific to the appeal, was related to the IPP. Most recently at the Arizona Housing Conference hosted here in Tucson, Dr. Sarah Bronin spoke about the rising need for housing throughout our country, and more importantly, the struggles of cities to allow this based on current zoning and parking requirements. She has spoken throughout our country, speaking with cities and instructing them as to how we can change and modify these parking requirements to allow for the development of much needed housing in our communities. The majority of these tenants located in these buildings will utilize public transportation, whether that be biking, walking, or utilizing the public light rail right outside their front door. The projects located at these locations, as spoken about previously, lend themselves to people without vehicles, not needing the parking spaces. For those parking spaces needed, tenants can utilize the parking spaces on site or the allocated parking spaces off-site as allocated and paid for by the developer. More importantly, they will be installing a hawk light to allow for safe pedestrian traffic across Congress Street. Not only will this benefit the future tenants of these two buildings, but will also benefit the public safety of all personnel in the area. The City of Tucson Planning and Development Services Department understood the challenges that the community faces with housing shortage and approved this development for the betterment of our area. I ask that you uphold their decision, reject this appeal in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Kylie?
Good evening. I'm Kylie Walzak, currently the neighborhood president for Menlo Park Association. I hope you all saw the letter that was included in the materials for this item. It is our official neighborhood association position statement on this project. You'll notice, I think both I'm gonna get them confused, the appellant and what's the other one called? Applicant. Noted that this process doesn't really allow our main concern, to be addressed. We did bring it up with the developers, beginning with the neighborhood meetings in April, May, June. We followed the process closely when it went to infill incentive district review. Our concern within the neighborhood is that there's two proposals here that are kind of lumped together and are being pushed through the process together. But when we asked about the density mixes of the two proposals, we were told that they can't be changed because they're two different projects with different funding sources, different backers. We get that. But I want you to know that what our neighborhood was asking for is that the proposed apartments on the north side of Congress that are immediately adjacent to single-family historic homes, that is proposed to be 4 stories high. Across the street in the Mercado PAD, that apartment complex is proposed to be 3 stories high, even though immediately around it, all the other apartment buildings and other buildings in the area are 5 or 6 stories high. We think we are not taking advantage of the investment and the support for appropriate density on that site by allowing a 3-story building to get built south of Congress. We asked the developers why they couldn't build higher, and we're told that if they build higher, it will impact the affordability and the cost of the apartment units. But that doesn't make sense to me when you get more affordability by having more units built. So this, I'm sorry to bring this up, but this is outside of the IPP process. We don't have an issue with the IPP. The city met neighbors' concerns about that by offering the hawk light and the other things. But we would like you to consider what you're approving when you're approving just 3 stories on the south side of Congress, because we believe that there should be more, and we believe that there should be more context-appropriate design on the north side of Congress to protect the single-family homes that are already there. Thanks.
Thank you, Kylie. Mr. City Attorney, does the rebuttal happen now during the public hearing or after we close it?
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, if there are no other public speakers, you can move to you can move to close the public hearing, or excuse me, you can have the rebuttal happen now.
Okay, all right.
Sorry about that.
All right, so we will go in the same order as we did before, so we'll let the appellant go first and then the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is Tim Kinney. I'm an attorney representing the appellant. I'll keep my remarks very brief on this because I want to give Adam the chance to have a couple minutes if he needs anything to say as well. But I just wanted to point out that, you know, the IPP, while it may meet most or even maybe even all of the requirements that are listed in the UDC for an IPP, it doesn't really meet the spirit of that, and that's kind of the major concern here. We've heard a lot about this residential parking permit program, and that's great that they've agreed to do that. However, I'd like to point out that if the IPP was justified and the parking reduction was justified, we wouldn't need a residential parking permit program. I'd also like to point out that even though they're agreeing to pay for 5 years of that, the residential parking permit program is not automatic. The neighbors in those areas have to agree to that program. And then again, as somebody mentioned tonight, what happens after 5 years? So I don't think the IPP has been fully thought out. It doesn't meet the spirit and the intent of what the IPPs were meant for. And we request that you approve the appeal. So I'll give the rest of my 2.5 minutes to Adam in case he wants to say anything. Thank you.
I first wanted to address the fact that it was mentioned that 2 or potentially more neighborhood associations in the immediate service area were contacted during this process and offered something. I don't know what that was other than what staff apparently approved as a condition to this particular IPP, which was for them to either escrow or have reserve funds in order to provide the residential parking permit program, as Tim noted, if able to be fulfilled. That was not something that was offered to the Mercado District of Menlo Park. That was not any communication whatsoever with the Maintenance Association that governs that particular area. So I don't know what other neighborhood association would have been contacted. Clearly, Barrio Sin Nombre is further south. I don't know to what communication has been made with them either. So it is, again, looking at how a combined opportunity, even though I know we're talking about these things separately, where they're going to use all of the attributes of the transit-oriented development that we've created, that my family has funded and created over 20 years, building the largest transit-oriented development in Arizona, and certainly in southern Arizona, and using all of the benefits and attributes to not contributing anything by their projects, helping enhance the public realm, the transportation modalities, or any of the other features that create that compact, walkable, transit-oriented development. They're simply riding on the coattails of our success and using it to their benefit to apply for reductions.
Is there anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Right, applicant?
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, just a few quick things. The first, I didn't get your name. Bear? Made a great point about at this stage there isn't any kind of structure around how the parking permit program would be coordinated. It is kind of early for that. We do commit that 6 months, 4 to 6 months before the project opens, that we'll start that process with city staff and with the neighborhood association to figure that out. Mr. Kinney's right. We can't force somebody to have a permit in front of their house, but if it's offered, it's likely something that'll be taken advantage of, and Oz will pay for that. So we think it will be something that folks will take advantage of, and we'll definitely coordinate with them on that. I just want to reiterate, based on everything that's been said, there still hasn't been any strong evidence that this IPP was not granted properly. I would argue against the spirit of the IPP. I mean, the spirit of the IPP is to right-size parking in areas. And this is a project that is looking, it will attract not all, but a lot of tenants who don't want to have a car. And it's the perfect location for it. So the parking demand of this project, I think, is lower than most others in Tucson because of the location and because of the unit mix that's here. So again, with that, thank you for your time, and we respectfully request that you deny the appeal.
All right. Why are you jumping ahead? All right, so we have a motion to close the public hearing. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, the public hearing is closed. Does staff from the Planning and Development Services have anything to add? No. Okay, thank you. All right, so what is the council's pleasure for item 9?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Oleg?
So in reviewing all the materials, including prior to the public hearing, and also listening to the testimony this evening, I'm inclined to support the director's decision on this and deny the appeal. There was one element about adding Bonita to, I don't know if it's a Scribner's error or a technical addition that we wanted to add. Corin, could you, and is that for this one, item 9 or item 10? Okay, that's what I thought.
you guys hear that? Okay, is that working? Thank. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Ulick, that was an error. It was meant to be included, that street, and it is for both of the decisions, the IPP decisions that we noticed that actually soon after the decision letter was issued, so we would ask that that be corrected.
Okay, so I would like to offer a motion and then some additional comment, but I move that we affirm the PDSD director's decision approving the IPP with the following modification and condition to add the 100 block of North Bonita to the list of potential locations to be included in the residential parking permit program to be funded by the applicant for 5 years. Thank you. And so in terms of looking through this, it's a lot. Kylie, I hear you, and I don't know that we have a forum at this point to examine the degree of density that's created by this project, but I think it is notable that we have a lot of advocacy in this community to increase density and transit-oriented development, and it's very much in keeping with what's in Plan Tucson, which was just adopted. There is so much change happening in how growth is occurring, especially in and around the downtown, and it is changing the number of cars that people are owning and driving. And so I understand, I live in West University, and when I first moved there, you just could not park anywhere. Students were everywhere, and it was hard to get enough residential permits. In the last 3 years even, that has changed. And I think fewer and fewer, especially young adults, are driving cars, quite frankly, because they can't afford it. Or they prefer a different mode. And so I know it's hard to project into that reality, but I believe that our community is leaning into that, and that the pressure won't be felt in the neighborhoods or even in the adjacent area. And Adam, I hear you. You have been a great partner in your company. You did jump out ahead. You've been ahead of the curve. I went to, Austin with your dad, and he was excited about parking garages where they stacked them 5 in one space. I mean, really forward-looking. And the fact that these kinds of projects are coming in on the heels of what you've accomplished is a testament to what you've helped to create. And we don't want to undermine it. I don't think this will. So I just wanted to make those comments, and I stand by the motion made.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. I want to see if there's any other discussion from my council colleagues. All right, well, I wanted to add my 2 cents, also just clarifying that these are 2 projects, so we're discussing the Bonita site, and then we'll move over to the Linda site. Also, want to thank, Adam and your family for being visionaries on the west side, and for the 20+ years, relationship, trust building that you have with the community. And y'all have built out something that everybody's attracted to. Everybody, wants a piece of what's happening on the west side, and it's brought a lot of community coming together, a lot of support for our small businesses. And I think that when a lot of the development started, we had no idea we were going to go into this housing emergency. And so that is one thing that I'm thinking of. And I really, support this attainable housing, this workforce oriented housing development. And I'm also, not somebody that supports parking. I want a future, and I know some communities in the Phoenix area have developed housing developments with 0 parking, because it is trying, what is our responsibility as being good stewards, of our neighborhoods, of our communities, that we can move in a way that doesn't make us so vehicle dependent. I was, I'm heartbroken from the call to the audience earlier about the impact that vehicles have in our life. And I see vehicles as a weapon. I don't think we move around in this community seeing them as a weapon.
but they take out a lot more lives than other things, you know, in our community. So I am wanting to explore what it looks like to have developments in our community that are rethinking the need for parking. And I think that is part of the spirit of the IPP. And I'm also hearing that maybe there are these processes that we need to take into consideration. And so I don't know if that's something that we move towards the Planning Commission, having more robust conversations around, Kylie, what you brought up around the density, maybe what's the math that we need to do with these parking reductions. But I think it's an important tool that we're trying out. And I also just don't want it to come, I don't want it to come at the expense, one, of our neighbors and of our developers who are good partners. And I think this will provide us an opportunity to learn a lot in the next 5 years of what works and what doesn't. And we won't know unless we try it. So I'm in support of the motion and want to you know, continue learning and figuring out what's the right fit for not only our neighborhoods, but the future of the West Side and this city. So thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Roll call.
Ms. Ulick. Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Public hearing, TPMCA 0925-00002, appeal of PDSD Director's decision for individual parking plan, Linda Vista Apartments, 115 South Linda Avenue, C2, C3 zone.
City Manager's Communication Number 352 dated November 5th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on an appeal to the Planning and Development Services Department Director's decision dated August 28, 2025 for individual parking plan IPP case TP MOD 07250000, a lot of zeros, 30 Linda Apartments. The appeal was filed on September 29, 2025 by Mission District Partners LLC, appealing the approval of a parking reduction request to allow for 29 on-site parking spaces in lieu of 90 on-site spaces for the 77-unit multifamily development. The appellant is Mission District Partners LLC. Mr. Attorney, you are again requested to read the order of the appeal.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem. The order will be the same as the prior appeal. The appellant will speak first, the applicant, and then the public hearing for any others desiring to speak at this time. Rebuttal may be allowed by the appellant and the applicant if time remains. I would encourage individuals, if they have similar comments as provided before, they can rely on that record if they wish.
So the appellant, we already know the appellant is present, so will you please come forward?
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Adam Weinstein on behalf of the appellant, Mission District Partners. I again have some handouts to reference just for orientation. I know this is a bit far away, but just hope, and it'll be reflected in the handout as well. But just for orientational purposes, this is West Congress, Santa Cruz River. This is Avenida del Convento, Mercado San Agustin. This is the Sentinel Plaza development, the subject for the Oz development parcel here, and the easement area that separates the Bautista apartment complex and the buildings north. This particular easement, which we'll refer to in a moment, is a private road that that Mission District Partners has owned, developed, and it is developed and built under private road standards. So specifically to the IPP, there are, in the original handout, a series of calculations and a number of adjacent off-site parcels that are either owned by our company or affiliates that are being used to make up the overall count that they are requesting to be able to use those parcels for in order to meet their parking requirement and reduce their on-site parking requirement to, I believe, 17 spaces. With that in mind, they have a 3-story walk-up apartment complex to be constructed within a large, massive, mixed-use, transit-oriented development with 5- and 6-story elevator-conveyed buildings, all with underground parking, and that all meet their residential parking requirement on site. This will be the only site in the Mercado District that has a surface parking lot since the Sentinel Plaza complex was built as part of our Phase 1 building. And it is a completely inappropriate use of that parcel. That parcel is able to support up to 120 units of density. There's a project that we had already shared with you in the context of our appeal. That is a 59-unit complex that was also supposed to be in service for the workforce and affordable housing, which you know we have professional experience with, since we've built more workforce and affordable housing throughout our portfolio than most developers in the city of Tucson, including that of which we've facilitated on-site at the Mercado District to date, and as Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz know, more planned in the pipeline. So with that in mind, the IPP cannot be utilized as currently subscribed relative to the fact that it is attempting to utilize a future parking garage site that we are in control of on a parcel we own and that we will be building, and have absolutely no intention of currently making available to a party that's never reached out to us to have any communication whatsoever about their interests, their ownership of the parcel, and how they would like to be complementary development, or at minimum, a good neighbor in the context of the Mercado District of Menlo Park. So we are remiss to see how this is an enhancement or a complementary development, not only in terms of the type of overall orientation, housing typology, and again, no contribution to anything in the public realm whatsoever, which all of our developments in a mixed-use capacity have been demanded. That's what transit-oriented development is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about not only the on-site experience, but the experience for others in the community that are coming there to benefit from the investments that have been made and creating those cultural centers. So with that in mind, I also want to make absolutely sure that you're clear that the city has been in a process of approving a development that cannot be built. And the reason it cannot be built is because the private road that we own is not going to provide a written approval for this developer to modify our private road. Meaning they cannot build a curb cut, they cannot build vertical curb, they cannot build sidewalk, and they cannot provide any access to their trash and loading. So the City of Tucson staff to date has been approving a development package predicated on number 28 in the approval statute that states there needs to be a written agreement in place between the owner of the easement parcel and the developer. Well, guess what? There isn't one, and there isn't going to be one. So the fact that you would continue to allow this approval process to go forth, knowing, since we put you on notice formally through our attorney on April 29th, and both the architect of record, the developer, and the City of Tucson were all noticed in that letter that this is the state of affairs, and yet you still continue to allow these approvals to go on. So even if you went and approved this all the way through building permit, They will not be able to construct this building without our written approval. So rather than put the cart before the horse, set this aside until that can be resolved, and then let them come back and try to pursue the development when they could pursue it based on grounds where they have full entitlements to the property. I'm going to leave my remaining time for my attorney.
Okay, thank you. That leaves around 4 minutes and 40 seconds for the rebuttal for the applicant.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I'll just bring forward my comments from item 9 to this, just save a lot of time. I would like to mention that the appellant mentioned that this is the only site that has surface lots. This is a unique project in what I've always thought the Mercado District is really a great area because you have a mix of like true capital A, affordable projects. You've got market rate projects, and now you've got this project that's coming in to do kind of workforce. And because of that, the cost of doing underground parking is significant. If you have underground parking, you're going to have higher rents. So the fact that this is an attainable project is a reason why they can't do things like that. They're reducing parking to help with the cost to make this the project at a certain price point. So I also wanted to sort of mention that I don't think the statement about that this project brings no public benefit is not true. One, it's providing attainable housing. It's providing a certain level that's not there currently. There's a hawk light that's being built that is for the public benefit. And also smaller things like the parking permits. There's a lot that is going to benefit this area. The appellant mentioned the road issue. It has nothing to do with the IPP, right? It's not mentioned in the IPP, so it really is irrelevant to this issue that's before you this evening. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll leave you about 8 minutes for your rebuttal. All right, so this public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do we have any speaker cards? All right, so is there anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Anthony?
I just want to say one thing. If you guys do approve this next one too, can we make sure we get housing in the south side? And pretty much that's it.
Thank you. All right, so if there's no one else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Oh, no, we can't close it yet, right? We have to, sorry. My bad, just kidding. I need those notes in here.
My
This is our first time being, having this appeal process, so bear with us.
My apologies,
City
Mayor
Attorney.
Pro Tem. You should have those notes for you, but if you wish to allow the applicant and the appellant to rebut, you can, but there's no rebuttal at this point because there's nothing to rebut.
Okay.
You want to ask those questions? You want me to?
I want Councilmember Ulick to ask a couple questions.
So,
Clarifying.
and I'm not sure whether to direct this to the attorney or to our Planning and Development Services Director, but I would assume we would be alerted with regard to the calculation, including a roadway which will not be available to the project. I know there is ongoing litigation in this area. I'm not real familiar with those dynamics, but there are two questions raised. The calculation and whether it included any turf or space or roadway that should not have been included. And then, Mr. Attorney, I guess just help us anticipate whether that would become an issue on item number 28 of the package.
Before you respond, Mr. Attorney or Director Manning, do we need to close the public hearing as we ask questions relevant to what the applicant and the appealant posed?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Ulick, if the applicant or the appellant have nothing further, then I think we can close the public hearing.
Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Question.
Right.
We've got questions on the floor and then yours.
So, City Attorney, is it okay if we move into discussion before we even make a motion? Is that okay?
You can ask questions,
All
that's
right,
correct.
thank you. Director Manning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Councilmember Ulick, just so I understand, you're asking about the parking calculation, how that was arrived at?
What I heard the appellant note was that the roadway was included somehow to give approval to this
Yes.
plan. And so just clarification on those dynamics, and then to the attorney whether there are any legal implications we ought to be aware of.
Yeah, so there is an approved plat for this district that includes the easement that was discussed. That easement does provide private access for all property owners in this platted area. That's what was provided to Planning and Development Services as part of the development package to review for compliance with all city codes. The information that the appellant spoke about was provided to PDSD as well as the city attorney's office some months ago as part of our, while we were reviewing this. We have reviewed for compliance with all city codes and standards and have found that the development package meets all of those standards.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, I think given the current status of the litigation, I don't know that it's relevant for this particular proceeding. It may be relevant at some point further down the road in terms of approval, but not for this one.
Thank you for that clarification.
So does that mean like further down the road, this could be, right, an issue, as the appellant stated, that would have to get addressed before construction?
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, it could be an issue between the two parties in terms of the easement to arrive within the location. It doesn't necessarily address the parking per se.
Councilmember Cunningham?
My question was actually, before we moved to close the public hearing, I thought that Adam wanted his attorney to have time. I just wanted to make sure we were okay with what happened.
If you'll allow me a minute, I can speak.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Cunningham, if the council wishes to reopen to allow that to happen and allow the applicant to rebut, that's fine.
Move to reopen.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Tim Kinney. I represent the appellant here. Essentially, the issue is that, as Director Manning stated, there is an easement for ingress and egress in this area that the Linda Apartments are using as their primary access. It's our opinion that this easement does not grant them the ability to make any improvements in that. And their development package, which is tied to the IPP, does show improvements, including curb cut, a big apron, loading zone for their trash enclosure, sidewalks, all those kinds of things. So those are things that need to be addressed before any building permits can be issued. We think that it might be worth considering adding a condition to the IPP approval that this should be resolved in writing prior to building permits being issued. We would ask that that be made. However, there is also, I'm aware of, a note on the current development package, which has not been approved yet, that does require written permission be obtained from my client before construction can begin. However, we're concerned about the possibility that that little note gets missed and that permits are issued without that written permission being provided to the city. And so we would just like to make sure that that written approval from my client is obtained.
Thank you. I see Adam has his hand up. Roy, can we allow him another?
If he has time, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Adam?
Reiterate that all of these processes, regardless, are tied together. And again, you as mayor and council have only provided one forum for this type of appeal to be made. So it's impossible to not bring in all of the information at once. There is no other way. We've made the appeal to the director. We've put the director on notice. There's been virtually no communication whatsoever. They're aware of the underlying legal issues. That does have exposure for the city of Tucson. And this process still continues to roll. And again, the applicant knows this. There has been no gesture whatsoever in over a year for them to try to address this issue because they don't feel like they have to. They think they're just going to steamroll this through with you and that we're just going to sit there and quietly stand aside. Well, we're not. So regardless of whether it's the forum or not, it is an affiliate issue that affects the approval of the IPP and then the subsequent development package. I would also like to note that, again, the workforce housing that we built on West End Station directly across the street has underground parking for those residents. We were able to do a reduced parking plan with them based on what the low-income housing tax credit lender would allow for. So we were able to utilize the transit-oriented development exposure in order to reduce that count. But it didn't eliminate it entirely, and it still needed to be parked on site. And it has no further requirement to meet any of the parking requirements on either adjacent parcels, public right-of-way, private roads, or otherwise.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Right, motion passes. Let me see. Does staff from Planning and Development Services have anything to add? All right, so what is the council's pleasure for item 9? Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. I'm trying to just operate within the parameters that are set for us on this particular item, which is about the parking plan. I understand that there are broader concerns, clearly, some of which are addressed in the project development plan process and the reviews prior to this and the project development plan. But based on the information that we have in our recommendation that we've received from both legal as well as planning and development services, my motion would be to uphold the decision by the Planning and Development Services Director.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion? So Member Cunningham.
I've got a few questions. I'm good with the motion for the most part, but there's some stuff we got to cover here. Number one, first question is, why weren't they required at least partially to do underground like everybody else did? I know that some of the principles that they're applying didn't exist at your project, but I want to hear more.
Yeah, sure. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Councilmember Cunningham, there is no requirement in the code for underground parking or surface parking. The code is silent on how that parking is provided on the site.
Okay, so they've got, it didn't matter whether or not they have to, didn't matter whether or not, if they wanted to get to their 56 spots, the only thing they could have done was gone down. The other issue I have is that this one's on the south side of Congress. So it's closer, it abuts closer to where Barrio Sin Nombre is, right? On the south side. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that, how far is that, this south end of this parcel from Cushing where Barrio Sin Nombre ends? Is that within a mile, or is it what, about a quarter mile?
Probably about a quarter mile. A couple city blocks, I would say.
Finally, I guess my last question is, I would say that it's important to do the transit-oriented development, and I get all this kind of stuff, but I agree that I've got some concerns I want on the record before I vote for this, and that is that there's obviously this easement piece that has to be resolved. And while it's not relevant to the parking spot, it sounds like this project may be held up a long time because of this. And so, I mean, I get while we're going to do this, but I absolutely want to recognize that the appellant, with the note that the Adams attorney, Mr. Kinney, referenced, that note, that exists. I want to verify that.
Yes, there would be a requirement that there is the ability to provide the access to the site before development can occur.
Well, then that means they have quite a bit of leverage. So I just want to point that out. And I think that should be mentioned and verified on the record. That way it's on there. Other than that, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I think we clarified that we're on notice about the easement, and that's something that, as this moves forward, PDSD is aware, the applicant is aware, and that we'll get there once we get there. And right now we're talking about the IPP. And again, Adam, I hear the concerns, and we'll keep an eye on this. And I'm sorry that you're in this position. I know it's been really, challenging. You already know what I think about it all. So we have our discussion. If nobody else, we'll move on to roll call.
Mixulic. Aye. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Aye. All right, motion passes 6-0.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I be heard just briefly? I just wanted to clarify, the original motion on item 9 included the additional 100 block of Bonita for the parking program. Is that only for that item? Is that correct?
I guess I would seek some guidance. If it needs to be in both, then I will amend my motion. I apologize.
Amended as a additional.
both?
For both, as an additional condition.
I apologize.
Acceptable to the second.
Okay, so I withdraw my original motion. My motion is the same as on item 9. Would you second that, Kevin?
And do we do roll call again?
No.
Yeah, okay. All right, item 11.
Initiation of Park Tucson rate and fee revision process and rate and fee proposal for rates and fees charged by Park Tucson.
City Manager's Communication 355 dated November 5th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read Resolution 24033 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24033 relating to transportation and Park Tucson adopting the notice of intent to increase Park Tucson rates and fees for garages, parking lots, and on-street commuter and student parking administered by Park Tucson, directing staff regarding notice to the public of the proposed increases in Park Tucson rates and fees, scheduling a public hearing, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt Resolution 24033.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mixulic. Mr. Cunningham. Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Perez. Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Aye. Resolution 24033 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 12.
Wow, I don't have item 12.
Okay, I don't have an item 12 page. I think it's appointment of the Public Communications Director, I'm sorry.
Right. City Manager's Communication Number 357 dated November 5th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read Ordinance 12198 by number and title only.
Okay, resolution number 12198 relating to the Department of Public Safety Communications, approving the appointment of Mike Garcia as the Director of Department of Public Safety Communications and fixing compensation, setting an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I want to congratulate Mike on his appointment. We've interacted a few times in my career, but every single time that I've talked to you has been good. You've always followed through. I'm really proud to make this motion. Congratulations on your appointment.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Congratulations, aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Perez? Aye. Ms. Ulick?
Thank you and congratulations, Mike. Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Congratulations, Mike. Look forward to continuing to work with you. Aye. Ordinance 12198 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 13.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, November 18, 2025, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Have a good night.